Alrighty, hello, hello. Let's see. Welcome everybody, how's it going? Good day, good day. Funzy, Killswitch, hello. Quappa, Ibis, Peaches, good day. LFK, hello. Christian, what's up? Nacho, what's up, dude? I don't think I saw you last time, did I? I don't think you were here last. It was like last time or two streams ago. You weren't here, right? Welcome back. IEM goodness. What IEM are you running? I am currently wearing the Moondrop variations. Moondrop variations. No clue, I don't know what day it is right now. It is Thursday today. Life is good. Diego is streaming and I have Pop-Tarts. Nice. That sounds awesome. That sounds amazing. Do you like Pop-Tarts a lot? One drunk man? I'm like okay about Pop-Tarts, to be honest. It's like, it's alright, you know? Krusty, I hope you're having a Rantas day. Day's been okay. Had an early day today, so like an early work day. So I like got up really early today. I think I got up like at 7 today, 6:30, 7, something like that. So started my day pretty early today. But yeah, pretty good. Thank you. That's a lovely cable too. Oh, thanks. This is a Heart Audio cable, so it has this cool interconnect here. Basically connects to, you know, this is the interconnect itself. Yeah, pretty cool. Early JK. Yeah. Like the warm tone lighting today? Is it a warm tone lighting today? It's the same. Oh, maybe it's because of my lamp over there. Maybe that one's kind of adding a bit of warmth. So, also rocking variations. Oh, nice. For my DAC right now, right now my variations are plugged into my Babyface Pro. But I like for my speakers, I have a sheet stack. I have a Lure 2 and a Bifrost. Pretty old now. I've had these for like 5 years now, and they've been running pretty well. When you getting that Jag V2? Soon? Not yet, I guess. It hasn't been sent to me, so I don't know yet. I think I'll probably receive notice about that, you know, in the next few weeks. I think Elade's just been busy with the Ocelot stuff and the Kohaku stuff. I think that alone is just keeping her hands full with work, so probably right after that or around then. Also, Brandon, thank you so much for the 15 months. I've never tried Pop-Tarts. Third world issues. It's okay, you're not missing out on too much IMO, but who am I to say that? Uterus Druidor, 5 months, thank you so much. Your face cam looks a bit softer? Okay, well that's good, because my face cam's the same as usual. I literally changed no settings. Alright, so we got a few unboxing things to do and things to just kind of show you overall. And then we can kind of like go from there, I guess. I'm gonna move things around a little bit. I'm gonna put this over here. Let me see if I can manipulate this around. Alright, that's good. And I'll just leave this there. Thank you for Diego Prime, no worries. I hope you got that safely without any issues. I hope anybody who got those got them without any issues. For those who are wondering what I'm talking about, I just fulfilled some like a small, like a mini Discord server like group buy for some caps. Alright, so some mail. So first I got these switches from Novel Keys. The box looks sad, but the sets are safe. Oh, the box looks sad. I think your box should have been fine, but yeah. So I got these silk switches from Novel Keys because they went on sale. These were only $9 per pack. Isn't that crazy? $9 for 36 switches? Pretty good. I mean, for like silk switches, it's like a banging price. So the reason I got these, it's kind of a funny thing. I actually got these so I could put these in the Box 75 Proto that I have with GAT yellows, because that one currently has GMK Olivia Dark, and so I wanted to match the key set with the board and the switches, and then I will desolder those GAT yellows and use them somewhere else, which is nice because it's like a 2 birds 1 stone situation where I get to put this in the matching build, and at the same time I get to use those, you know, lubed GAT yellow somewhere else, which is great. And I really like those GAT yellows too, so it's great. Yeah. Yeah, 36 in the pack. And Triel, what's up? How you doing? Anyway, yeah, so banging deal. Just got 3 packs of these, 3 NK Silk packs. So just enough. I mean, 2 didn't cut it, so I had to order the 3rd one. So I'll have some spare. But yeah. Woodrat! 10 months feels way longer. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 10 months, my friend. And I appreciate all the support. If Mike ever puts cherries on sale, I'm gonna go into debt. I mean, maybe, you know, I mean, I imagine the sales are happening because they're trying to clear out inventory. So maybe they'll do some kind of big sale on you know, on more switches. I don't know. It was part of that flash sale Friday. So if you join the Novel Keys Discord, they do this kind of thing every week where on Thursdays people get to vote on like what kind of merchandise to, like what kind of product to put on sale, and basically like you can choose between merch and switches, or switches and keyboard, something like that. And this time it was like switches, so yeah, we got a bunch of cheap switches now. But that was like 2 weeks ago or like a week ago. All right, so more mail. I got this cool package. Cool purple package. And if it's purple, I can guess that this is from Twitch. Because no one else uses purple for their packaging like this other than Twitch, basically. So let's open it up. I do? Okay. Do you though? I got a package from you, Adriel, and I did not see purple in it. Okay, let's see what it is though. Oh, what is this? Okay, there's some packing paper. Oh yeah, so this is from the API month gift. So let me just show you. Oh, it's not autofocusing, is it? Basically, it's like, thank you for honoring API month with Twitch, blah blah blah. To basically celebrate different creators. So let's check it out. Let's see. Got a sleeping eye mask. Very cool. Very cool, very cool. This is actually pretty good. It has some weight to it, and so it actually covers your eyes very well. So I actually think this will be pretty useful. Although I would never use this while traveling. If anything, if I use it while traveling, I'll use it the opposite way, because I don't want to announce to the world that you know I have a Twitch eye mask. Yeah, no thanks. I'll use it the other way. All right. And then we have a quilt, like a blankie. This looks really comfy. Ooh, this is nice. This looks nice. Oh, is it? Oh, interesting. This is, okay, 100% cotton. Okay, that's cool. Has a huge Twitch logo on it, I think. Or actually, is it? Yeah, it has a massive Twitch logo on it. Pretty cool. It's kind of like double-sided. In the sense that it's purple on this side and gray on this side. Looks cool. Very nice. This will be nice for the couch, actually. Probably will take this to the couch. Yeah. Then what's this last thing? I don't know. Alright, the box is empty, so let me remove it. Okay, is this a mug? Looks like it. Wait, is it a mug? Oh, it's a candle! It's a scented candle. Perfect! Oh, it cracked. It cracked on the side. Oh no. You know what? I'm gonna put some super glue on this. I don't want this candle to crack in the middle of it burning, so... Or like, as in like crack open and spill the wax. That would be bad. Actually, I might just even put tape on it. Okay. Cool. So, scented candle with a slightly broken cup. But it looks fine. Ooh, it smells really nice. Hand pour scented soy candle, and the scent is named Amber. Very nice. Or maybe Amber is a brand, I don't know. But, smells pretty nice. It's definitely a little strongly scented. So it's not like the most subtle candle I've had. I actually have had a lot of scented candles like this. So this is a nice gift because I would use them. I hope it T-words. I dated an Amber. She smelled like flowers. Nice. I'll take your word for it, though. I hope it does smell like flowers in my room after I light that up. All right, cool. So that's the Twitch unboxing. All right, that was the Twitch one. Okay, next one we got some keycaps. We have a lot of keycaps. So the first one is this one. Oh, the opposite. I got this OG Cherry keyboard, 1800, as you can obviously tell from the box. IBM compatible multifunctional compact keyboard with 101 or 102 keys for PC, XT, AT, and PS2 systems. Made in West Germany. So this is prior to 1991. If you don't know what happened in 1991 that is relevant to West Germany, you should go and review a history book. But you should know what happened in 1991. Nice. Very nice. So today we got this cool vintage keyboard. Brand spanking new. Now unboxed and not new because I touched it. No computer to go with it. SMH. You are ruining everybody's dreams. Actually, so it's funny. These Cherry keyboards were actually not part of any particular computer. So technically, I never divorced this keyboard off of any terminal out there or any keyboard out there. So eat that, geek hacker who was complaining about vintage keyboards and computers. Alright, I never separated this from any keyboard out there. So this has the, you know, widely renowned and famously known West German vintage MX Blacks. So this is a G80 1800 HAD, which has these German layout keycaps and the so fabled West German vintage MX Blacks. They have the diode on the inside of the switch, as you can see. But yeah, this is a nice find. A friend of mine helped out with this, and so yeah, I just finally got it. You have to go out and break a vintage computer now, unrelated. Awesome, thank you so much for the 2 months Prime sub. Thank you so much. Nick Dillard, hello my friend, how are you? I was born in 91, that's what happened? Hey, let's go. Smarter Child Gamer was born in 91, in 1991, so you should know that too. Aside from the historical fact, obviously. Old plastic though. Alright, very cool. This one I actually do plan on keeping it like this for now, because these are, wow, these are smooth. These are nice. I actually think I'm gonna see if I can purpose this for work. I used to use ISO before, so I actually don't mind using ISO enter. And right shift, I don't mind actually. This I don't mind too much. Short shift is fine. I think this might throw me off, so I might force this to be shift or something, because this will throw me off. This will absolutely throw me off. Yeah. Cool, okay. How's the stabs feeling? Not great and not bad. So I guess I can always tune the stabs if I really want it. So they are very clean though, so they feel okay. They still have the little legs on them, right? Like before clipping. So you can still feel that like the rebound from them. But it doesn't sound as terrible as you might think. So pretty cool. Bless the EU for actually having good recycling centers. This is true, Kupo, because the reason you can't really find this kind of stuff in the US, like you can, but it's much harder, is because there's no good electronics recycling in the US, and a lot of states and a lot of laws are in place to basically trash it, or to either trash it, compact it, destroy it, or send it off on a boat to in compacted trash form over to like other places like China. But yeah, there's not good recycling practices in the US, so a lot of this old tech has been destroyed over time. Strip it for the diodes. Yeah, get that OG West German diode. Love it. But yeah, very cool. Planning on lubing the switches as well. Some 3204 and TX springs would make this G80 awesome. You know, I will have to think about it. This is basically new in box, so if I'm gonna give it some purpose, I definitely want to think how I'm gonna do it. But yeah, I mean, I plan on it, so that's why I got it at the end of the day. So very cool. 1800 HAD. All right. Do y'all want to see the filthy amount of CRP that I just got? So I got my CRP from J Prototypist. So this is Prototypist in the UK. I ordered through him because he was very kind in arranging a large order, and you know, I knew that he was gonna use like DHL, so I figured I might as well. I'm also gonna get a filthy amount of CRP. Yeah, this is a lot of CRP. I want to see the resin unboxing. I actually don't have any resin to unbox anymore. I already did it. Alright. So there's 2 boxes for my CRP, okay? There's 2 boxes. This is number 1. This is box number 1. 2551 HAD, Desco Black, Xerox, all in. US ANSI Alphas, Greek, Tulip, Desco Accent, Cyrillic Red. Red? Yeah, Cyrillic Red ANSI. Icon Mods. Windows keys, Cherry keys, Tulip keys. Japanese Black Pink Alphas, Cyrillic Orange Alphas. And then... we have... Numpad, R5, R5. 2 more all-ins. And then Green Cross, Hebrew Green, Blue Cross, Hebrew Blue. And then Spacebars, basically. Spacebars. So, yeah. Got a lot of CRP. This is partially why I sold my old sets too. I figured the R4 was gonna be the set, the run that I was just gonna go literally all in on, and so I sold a lot of my older sets. Actually, I pretty much cleared out a lot of what I had, and so I figured I'll just rehash all my sets into the R4 stuff. So yeah. R4 came out really good. Yeah, that's exact. I saw the international group buys, like, you know, pictures, right? And I was like, oh, that looks really good. And later on, I got that German, Russian Cyrillic, the German Cyrillic set from the international group buy, which was not available from the Taobao group buy, that was not available in the international one. And so I was like, these came out really good. So I went quite literally all in. I skipped a few things like APL I already had, Arabic I already had, for example. So I skipped those, but yeah. How much do you spend? You can do the math. A lot. Do you have the German with red Cyrillic subset? I want that. Yeah, that's the first set I got. That is the first set I got, the German Cyrillic one. 1K plus easy? Oh, yeah, for sure. Of course 1K plus easy. It's because that's like... I'm gonna say like 8 sets or something like that. So, yeah, like 8 key sets, I think. Because I know that there is 6 R5 sets and 6 all-in sets. At least. I think I'm right. And then you know, alphas to go with them basically. And then I think like 1 or 2 of them are like standalone sets, so. Just over 350. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of went on the wholesale purchase. Which is why I arranged things around here, but you know, yeah, just went all in. Luckily, I did get it before the Syrup Labs one, which I thought I actually would have arrived first because they were the ones corresponding with Hammerworks. All right, so today we are gonna be doing some work on this. Is this one? Yeah, this plate. Okay, so Miss CBB from CBB Planet sent me out this plate. If you don't know what this plate is, this is a CBB Planet. This is a CBB Planet ultra high molecular weight polyethylene plate. Okay. This is a bit iffy. We want to test this, so I was sent this out to test. Okay, the reason for that is because it has a lot of flex cuts, right? So like you have a cut here, 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 right? So it has a lot of cuts. Basically, essentially makes it like no plate, even though it's a full plate. But we want to test this to make sure that it doesn't just sink to the bottom or something like that when you're typing. So yeah, so here we are going to be testing this today. So yeah. So I kindly asked if I could use this JNV2 build to test it out. So I had a JNV2 build that I needed to do, and so I have, you know, these switches, these OP blacks, which those are mine actually, and we have a TGR JNV2 here in Winky actually, which is kind of interesting. So we have this Winky TGR JNV2 in blue. I mean, it's supposedly blue-gray, but you know, it's the blue one. So it has no blockers, right? Just fair, you know, whatever. Personal choices. So we're gonna test it on this. We're going to be building it on this. What is this? What is this emote, Drew? Can you please remove this emote? I should just ban the word. It's very good, I assure you. Okay, let me see. It's banned phrase? Ha! Got him. Alright, good. I thought we had done it as a precaution, but I guess it's good that it's already gone. Alright, cool. So Drew has no power. Alright, so we're gonna test this out on this. So like, I mean, the mounting, like, that's not something I'm worried about. But something that I definitely want to test is basically how flexible this is as we build it. So let's first get a separate PCB, though I'm not going to use the original one. So I have two PCBs here. These are mine. So we have this Heinebusch H87A. This is 1.6 millimeters. And then we also have an older H87A, but this is a thin PCB, so this is 1.2 millimeters. 1.2 millimeters. Diego, type it? Okay, fine. Nice. That's hilarious. Oh, I see. It doesn't show. It might not show on your on the chat, does it? You unban phrase the term. Huh. Actually, fine. How do I? Oh, I need to go to my dashboard to do that. Ugh, so bothersome. Dude, it's so much work, man. All right, where's the thing? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Moderation. Block terms, right? All right. All right, I'll delete it. There, done. All right, you can try it now. Okay, so the question is, okay, guys. We are going to experiment today. So the question is, do we experiment with a 1.2 millimeter PCB or with a 1.6 millimeter PCB? I think I'm gonna go with the 1.6, just to kind of give it a nice solid base for it, and also because Actually, I think the 1.6 is probably right because most people are likely to use 1.6 anyway. So I think I'm gonna do this instead. So let's do 1.6 today, with the plates. Yeah, I think that's the right choice. Have you found a sound difference between 1.2 and 1.6? No, and I also don't care for it. Mainly because if you are choosing between 1.2 and 1.6, you're doing it because of the decrease in material, which will change the feeling of the bottoming out on those on that particular build assembly. So I personally don't care for the difference in sound. I don't really think it would be substantial enough. So yeah. All right. Cool. So let's get started by checking this. Okay, lit up. Very nice. Isn't it a Jane? What about it? Why are people saying kalam? Wait, what happened? I thought the emote was on. Oh, is it because it's Oh, I see. It's because they don't have 7TV on. I see. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So if you put a, I guess it doesn't work when you have characters in front. That's kind of funny. Yeah. All right. So let's do 7U, and I'll just load a key map actually. All right. Well, I guess I can just do control on this. Alright, key tester. Can I do chatting now? Yes, you can. Why don't I see the emote for other people? Not sure. TBH. Alright, I think it's all good. Alright, perfect. It's all good to go. Oh, let's turn off the lights on this PCB. So underglow brightness all the way down and all off is the way to do it. Okay. So PCB is good to go. And we're gonna be using some TX stabilizers. Can we please request a less distracting desk pad? Like, that would be great and all, but that means I have to go get one. So I think I'll pass on the request. Yo, MSA, Poggers, thank you so much for the 8 months, buddy. So lazy for Thursday? That's exactly why you're lazy, though. It's the laziness that comes right before the end of the week, before it actually being the end of the week, meaning that you are done for the week. You're feeling like you're already done for the week, but the week is not yet over, so it only exacerbates the feeling of laziness that you feel. Does that make sense? Because I think that makes sense to me. Now I go to bed. Okay, MSA, have a good sleep. I don't have Poggers enabled? Oh, seemingly not. That's kind of strange. I thought it would already be around on either FFZ or 7TV. Anyway. So hopefully this plate will work out. If it works out, that's perfect. We'll just have a build that works around for further testing, maybe. So. Diego, which TKL in your collection do you use the most? Lately, I mean, I would say by far I've used my Jane V2 the most, like my own Jane V2, which is like a windkeyless blue one like this. I probably used that one the most. But I mean, I've used other ones too a good bit. Like I think I used my RS quite a bit in the past like year. I also use my Koala quite a lot. And then I think I would use my F18X quite a bit too. Yeah. I used to use my Mira and my #1 a lot more, but yeah, I haven't swapped to them as many times. And then my Real Force, of course, but I guess that doesn't count because I also have like the Real Force at work. So yeah. I also use a TKL one a decent bit, that I recall. I haven't used the Whale enough. Yeah. I bet you have a lot of boards that you don't feel like using anymore but aren't selling because of reasons. I mean, I also have a lot of boards that I don't like sell because of reasons in terms of either they're part of like a proto or things like that. Those I can't sell because that's just like an FU to the designer who was very kind in like letting me have it. So I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I mean, but if it's like my own purchase, I can sell it. Yeah, I mean, I've sold I've sold boards that are my own purchases, you know. But yeah, boards that are like gifts or something like that, like some kind of like show of appreciation, then I'm not gonna sell it. Yeah. Has anyone told you that your hair is luscious? No, not many people say anything about my hair. Other than the time I got it dyed, which was like a month and a half ago, and people were like, "Oh, you dye your hair? Cool." It has fewer white hairs now. But anyway. I'm just currently waiting for iron. Super excited about that. Is that the 160 or 165 round 2? I lose track. I think the 165 round 2 is the one that just was going to ship or was shipping. Yeah. 165, nice, nice. Have you tried OP blacks on the Jane before? I have not. This is exactly why I'm doing it. Like the exact reason I'm doing OP blacks today is because I've been wanting to try OP blacks on like the Jane V2 plate. I was actually not expecting to do it on this particular plate, but it's okay. It's pretty much the same. So I think otherwise I was probably gonna use like a palm plate. Personal build, the parts, yeah, the parts are mine, but yeah. But the board itself isn't, yeah. OP blacks are super underrated, not enough people use them, IMO. There's quite a few OP blacks out there now, I guess, like variants too, like with the popus and whatnot. So I mean, if people are using popus, it's kind of the same thing, because I thought they were just recolored switches. Ooh. What switches do you use before this? So on my Jane V2, I have MX blacks with 55 gram springs. I mean, I've tried like Nixies, I've tried GAT switches like Gateron, like yellow, like, you know, Milky Top, that style, or GAT black. It was one of the two. I've tried MX Browns. I've tried MX Clears. I think at a meetup I might have tried some other ones like GAT Inks and a few others, other switches, but I don't remember. Is the P plate also 625? Yeah, it has support for 625. You can use 625 if you want. We're gonna build it in 7U today, but you can use 625 if you want it. Just a universal plate, basically. Going to see some decent flags with that P plate. So that's the idea for today. It's a build that could actually fail, because the flex cuts are might be too much for the material of the plate. So that's why we're doing this build today. Like, today's build is literally more of an experiment than an actual build for anybody. Yeah, I'm doing this upon request, basically. It's funny that some people using the CB plan Discord think CBB is a dude because her PFP is Jeff Bezos. I mean, it wouldn't be obvious, you know, unless you just like asked directly. So I think that's kind of fair. I mean, considering that also like a good chunk of the hobby is also male, so I mean, like, obviously assuming someone's gender is not the right thing to do, but at the same time, statistically speaking, it kind of does work that way. TIL CBB isn't a dude? Yeah. Is CBB run by one person? Yep, it's one person. It's just one person. They just work from home, pretty sure. I had a 1.2mm H87 with palm half, and it does touch the back of the V2 if I tried really hard. I add a small piece of shelf liner in the middle home row. Prevents a shorting issue without ruining the flux. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. So actually, on my Jane V2, on my regular Jane V2, I have the original PCB, the 1.6 PCB with a half polycarb plate. And that one, I had to put a little piece of shelf liner at the spacebar area because the poly plate is just really flexible, like the poly half. And so yeah, but that one's still also pretty flexible too because of the half plate. You guys like those Biscoff cookies? I love Biscoff cookies. They're super yummy. Goes really well with tea. And like just in general, they're pretty good. Still no idea where to buy them? Wait, really? They're pretty popular though. Pretty sure they just sell them at grocery stores. Like Biscoffs and similar ones. Drua sounds literally like Sifo when I went to see him at that time when I went to Canada this past week. I go and see him and he's like, "You think I go out?" I'm like, dude. It's like Drua sounding like he doesn't go to supermarkets and grocery stores. It's like, dude, you think I even step out of my room? Bruh. Touch grass? Bruh. Yeah, you can find the Biscoff cookies like everywhere, pretty sure. Do you buy Coffee Crisp back? I didn't buy it back, but I had one. Biscoff cookies are goated? Touching grass? Imagine, I know. Keyboard enthusiasts touching grass, please. Nature? All we do is destroy it. By producing these keyboards that every time we make these keycap sets and keyboards, we're polluting the world like 20 times. 20-fold that, 20-fold anybody else's like carbon footprint and shit. But you know, no big deal, right? More consumerism. The only green I touch is PCBs. Yeah. Oh yeah, but Funzy, green PCB's bad, dude. Green PCB so cheap. Green PCB not allowed for any custom keyboard ever because it means low end. AKA the Andromeda interest check people. Or whatever that was. The whole like, it's green PCB, yuck. It's like, dude. Really? Oh right, is that why you're replacing the current Jane PCB? No, I'm actually replacing the current Jane PCB just so I don't use it. Like purely for the fact that I'm gonna use my PCB here. Was that on GH? I actually don't remember. I think it was either on the AIO3 Discord or on GH. It was just hilarious. Green PCB bad. Oh, funny thing. Are you guys in my own Discord server? If you haven't joined, you can do !Discord and join it. But in the references channel on my own Discord server, if you scroll a little bit up, there is a video that I linked there as to why PCBs are actually green. The reason why PCBs are made in green color. And they are very common in prototyping for a reason. It was a fun video. I think it was on both GH and build streams. Yeah. People on some shit, damn. Yeah, it's just funny. And then Matrix out here making PCBs in custom green. Oh yeah, Matrix does some cool solder mask colors. Or maybe it's a lack of a mask. I don't know. What is your favorite 60%? I mean, I personally have a hard time saying that the HKB is not one of my favorite 60s, to be honest. But lately I've been using my Mini a bit more. Been using the Iron Rogue Proto. And also been using the K a bit more. Yeah. But I switched over to like the Unicorn and the Juby quite a bit. Yeah. I've been meaning to rebuild my the Ogre, but I haven't done that yet. Lovely Blue Anno, Amarade, hello. Hope you're doing great today. I'm doing all right. It was I would say it was a productive work day today. Have been busy with work actually this past week. This whole week's just been a busy week for me, but it's been good. It's been a busy return to work rather because I took a vacation last week. So it's just been busy catching up with everything. Yo, Hinkerbottom, thank you so much for the Prime sub. 2 months, appreciate it. Because the earliest PCB factories are Irish, everyone knows that. Okay. Yes, because if it's Irish, it's green, and if it's not green, then it's an insult to the Irish. You feel? How can you be so cruel picking favorite among your keyboard children? I just say it because I need to give an answer. But to be quite honest, the reason I collect a lot of boards is because I don't necessarily have a favorite. It's hard to pick a favorite, to be honest. I can't. It's just difficult. Like to be frank, I enjoy different builds at different times for different reasons, and I like the variety, you know. Like if it were for me, I don't pick any favorites. I just use whatever I kind of feel like using. But I mean, if it's like a what if you only had one kind of question, then I mean, yeah, I'll answer it. But yeah, I do like varieties. Why are you talking about my bottom, Monkas? Because your name basically has that. Why did you put your bottom on your name? Why does your name have a bottom? Variety is the spice of life, yep. I mean, I realized that pretty quickly when I joined the hobby. Like, when I joined the hobby, I actually joined in with Toprit. I fell in love with Toprit when I went to a meetup. I mean, I still had like my full-size MX Browns or whatever. And then a friend of mine gifted me a Tata 68 with gap clears, which was just really light linears, but I like the linears. It was good. I was like, oh, maybe I'll just go with something heavier. But then I went to a meetup and I really fell in love with MX Clears and Toprit. Those were the two switches I remember being very distinct to me at the meetup. And so Toprit was a thing that I was like, I really want to try this out. And so I got an HKB and a Nova Touch really early on. And at the time I was like, oh, I think these are gonna be the boards I'm gonna use for a while. Like the HKB, I needed to get used to the layout, so I just needed to give it time. I was like, oh, people are saying good things about the layout, blah blah blah. I'll just give it some time to get used to it. It actually took me quite a bit to get used to the whole layout stuff because I was not used to the whole like capsule control thing and the function layer and whatever. Had never used the keyboard with a function layer before. And then as I started trying things out just for fun. Like I got a White Fox at some point, had like MX Blues, and then I tried like MX Greens, I tried like MX Reds, MX Blacks, Gateron switches, Zelios. At the time that was what was available actually. Gateron switches, Cherry switches, Zelios, and then like a very small number of Otemus. And cheap KL switches I think were also available. But not much was available other than that really. At the time, like now you have like JWK and Taxi and blah blah blah. Like B-Sun and like the offshoots of that and all these things. But yeah. And I just tried different things. And as I tried different things, I kind of realized that I enjoyed trying out different things. And so that was when I decided. I was like, as much as I would love to stick to one thing, I think I do want to just kind of have the option to have the variety around when I needed it, or like when I kind of like felt like it. And I figured I would start collecting like that. And so that's kind of how I kind of fell into a rabbit hole for real. It was when I kind of said, oh well, like I love Topre, but I wouldn't mind swapping to this every so often. I feel like a lot of switches are basically Franken switches someone made popular. LOL. So oopsie. So I mean, if you think about ergo clears are just MX clears with a lighter spring. Zelios are essentially the Gateron version of an ergo clear, which Zeal PC spearheaded at the time. And then later on, the Holy Panda came in when Keycaps from Top Clack, Keycaps Brian, he combined the Halo True, Halo Clear switch that Hata and Input Club people were developing with the Inver Panda switch, right? And that was kind of like where the Holy Panda, like how the Holy Panda was born at the time. It was like a coincidental kind of Franken switch kind of thing. And then that kind of became a very big tactile variant sort of like approach. Yeah. That went way past the like MX Clear bump. So yeah, that's kind of like the history of it. And this was like back in like what, 2017. It was right when I joined Holy Pandas. Didn't exist actually when I joined, but it was like basically within the first year after I joined that Holy Pandas became a thing, like existed. And then I remember getting a sample of Halo Trues at the NorCal meetup of 2017. I remember that. $6 a switch was so great. I sold my patch for $360. Boy. I use Holy Pants for quite a bit. I tried like the Holy Chickies version 2, which basically is MX Blue stems. No, sorry. Halo stems inside MX Blue housings, which have a slightly more tactile leaf. So you can still feel a bump, but the problem with those is that the tolerances are not great. So you had to maybe mod the top housings a little bit so that the stem wouldn't bind. A bit of a chore. I only realized it after I had started modding them. But it was an option as well if you didn't have inver housings. People also use like the B-Sun stuff. But yeah, there was indeed a time when the Holy Pandas were selling for a very high amount, because basically the rumor was that inver housings were basically out of production and were basically not going to be made again. So what made Holy Pandas expensive at that point in time was the inver housing. The inver panda housing is what became really expensive, because people wanted it to make Holy Pandas. Yeah. And then came the wave of Holy Panda like switches with the frick, what was it called? What are those switches? Not T1s, so something else. BCPs? No, not BCPs. BCPs are way... Oh, Yok! Yeah, Yok switches, that's right. The Yok housings came in to basically replace the lack of inver switches, and that started off a wave of basically crashing that inver panda market. Who was the first to introduce the Yacht switches, actually? It was Novel Keys. Novel Keys led a lot of innovation in the community, guys. Like, if I have to name one particular vendor that has really brought in, like, a humongous amount of change into the community, it's Novel Keys, for sure. Because they are the ones who introduced a lot of new things, like kale creams, box switches, yeah, like a lot of stuff. They were the first to do it. So yeah, I have a pretty big amount of appreciation for Novel Keys, not just because they are, you know, a vendor that's been around doing like this innovative stuff, but more so because they're just really good people too. Like, they're really excellent people. Like, they provide really good customer support, at least in my experience. I've met them in person many times at meetups and whatnot, and they're just really kind, really hardworking, generous people. They kind of, like, it doesn't really get into their heads, like that, like the way they're doing business or whatever. Like, it's more really for the sake of, like, because they just like the hobby a lot. And yeah, it's just like, they're just really nice people, and they also treat their employees really well as a small business, which is actually something huge. I think that's like super important for the small business kind of like vibe, mood, industry, whatever, you know. Like, if you have a collective of small businesses, if there's one that does good practices like that to treat their employees well, pay them well, give them benefits, that kind of stuff, others like kind of have to follow suit, because, you know, well, you'll lose your labor otherwise. So I really like Novel Keys for many reasons. Yeah, like, you know, they'll slash their prices for the reason of like actually like getting stuff more accessible to people, like from entry-level stuff all the way through like supplies and whatnot. So I really like what they're doing, like even like for like key sets too, you know. So yeah, huge appreciation for them. That said, you know, this doesn't exclude the other vendors, like, you know, CanKeys and OmniTie, which was also initially called Dixie Mech at some point. Like, they've done their share of things, especially like in the US market. Of course, there's international market people who have also brought in like new things, like, you know, like iLouis from iLoom KB did quite a lot to sort of bridge the gap between like the Chinese and the Asian community, and a lot of like Southeast Asia and Singapore and whatnot. He did quite a bit too over time. KBD Fans, of course, like has done a lot to bring like that like more budget-friendly market to the scene. Like, the KBD 75 was huge. Like, before the Tofu of course was big, but Tofu was not the first of a kind. Like, cases already existed, like 60% generic poker style, 60% case, it have existed for a very long time. Like, they have existed for, you know, basically over 10 years, 12 years, yeah. But I think the KBD 75 and like just having the options kind of like more available in different varieties and in stock was really what made KBD Fans really appealing at very like accessible prices, at least for the time period. It was like, oh, I need an entry level whatever, and like, you know, KBD Fans like was definitely the go-to for so many things. Nobody knows anymore what you mean when you say poker. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. Straya folks also done some cool stuff. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Daily Clack, and, you know, I guess when Kate was still working at RamaWorks, she did a lot as well while she was there too. You know, and Wilva, who worked with them, Improvade, who does some Improvade's like animation and like video work. Oh my, like the rendering work. But that production level is sheesh. Really sick animations. Like, you guys remember those RamaWorks like commercial videos, basically, like the ad videos or like the marketing like teasers and stuff, where they show like the different keyboards like rotating in really like cool ways and like and whatnot. Like, Imperfect was like one of the leading people in that. And yes, like not too many people know who he is. But definitely one of those people who's like behind the scenes and has done a lot of really cool work too. And there's a lot of people like that though, like heroes behind the scenes in the community. I like that Keyboard Treehouse is also doing that brick and mortar store. I think that's actually super cool. Brick and mortar stores starting to appear for keyboards is actually kind of amazing, unimaginable, I think, because like mechanicalkeyboards.com and like One Up Keyboards did exist as brick and mortar stores, but yeah, like this happening abroad as well is really, really cool. Like Korea has had brick and mortar stores too, like in Seoul, and like Japan has as well, but like it's happening in other places as well. So yeah, like Treehouse Hobbies, that's pretty cool too. I wish I could create that locally around me, like a keyboard cafe. That'd be cool, you know? Keyboard, like a keyboard focused PC bang. If you don't know what a PC bang is, like PC bang in Korean basically means PC room, like computer room. But it's like internet cafe, basically. Diego would run a drugstore with all that plastic. I guess so. Mechanist has one in Oslo. That's awesome. Mechanist, oh my god, that takes me back. Mechanist, so when I started, I knew of Mechanist already. At the time he went just as Leandrin, and Mechanist really kind of popped off when the FL round 1 ran. But Leandrin has been around forever too now. Leandrin's been around for so long. And he's so young. Okay, Leandrin's like one of those like child prodigies, you know, the people who are like 15 or not even, and like have like amazing business ideas and shit. All they need to do is just put the time down and just do it. Like, it's just a matter of time till they succeed. It's one of those guys. He did a lot too. Like, the FL was really an exciting project at the time. Like, got hyped up a lot for back then in the community. Even though it's like a 60% tray, but like the whole like brass weight and like just like the construction looking pretty like very, very like had a bit of like that shocking kind of appearance with the, like thick chamfers and whatnot. Everyone wanted a FL at some point. Like, this is like pre-FL with Holy Pandas and brass. Even before then, a lot of people wanted to FL. But yeah. But of course, if you ask a lot of people, like, how do you get into keyboards, a lot of people will tell you that they watched a video that had FL with Holy Pandas on a brass plate with GMK Oblivion and a Shishi on Escape, and people get into the rabbit hole like that. Didn't the Clipe come before the Tofu? No. Clipe came in afterwards. Clipe was basically the Clipe was essentially the more economical version of the FL, so it came in after FL ran. Yeah, Tofu was already in, like, KB fans started and they did KB75 and the Tofu pretty much right away. Yeah. TX did a lot. TX, the Korean TX, yeah. Ken 25. Oh my god. Do people remember? I'm not sure who here has been around for a long time. I mean, as in, like, I can't keep track of everybody, but if someone has been around here for a while, like Ken, when they would be like, how do I contact Ken? You either DM him on Keycap, which was not a good option, or you contact him on Telegram. You had to get on Telegram, sign up for an account on Telegram, and DM Ken25 on Telegram to be like, hey, I would like, like a TX back with my TX 1800 or whatever. And can I also have some, you know, whatever, like, you know, extra things? And yeah, you have to like DM Ken on Telegram. Back when TX bags were also like super rare because they were just not, they were like only, you know, they would only come with like LZ boards or TX boards, which are technically also LZ designed, but yeah. I'm a Telegram regular. Nice. Yeah, for those who don't know what Telegram is, it's kind of like WhatsApp. It's a chat. It's an instant messaging platform. Telegram is super popular now. Yeah, definitely it's very popular now. The Q was what made me really go really deep into the hobby. Oh, I see. So Quantric came in like in 2017 too, like later in 2017, I believe. Mr. Quantus Trophus. But I mean, the Q of course was based on the 910, the TGR 910. So it was the weeb version of the TGR 910, so to speak. How did he get banned on Mech Market? Never heard the full story. Long story short, he would try to trade things that he hadn't shipped, basically, for artisans or other things, and then he tried to trade the artisans that he technically, like, he basically tried to trade things that he hadn't fulfilled for other things in a long sequence. So basically like a scheme, which is essentially like a scam. But yeah, there was evidence of that, and so yeah, kind of let it all go to his head, and so he got banned. When did Norbauer make his presence known in the hobby? His first big like impact in the scene was with a Norbit Touch. The Norbit Touch came in on it appeared on Keycap, and it sold through Originative as well. So they would sell those with I mean, those would be for the Nova Touch, or with or for the Cooler Master small size, like TKL size boards. Yeah, I remember getting the LZ CLST kill, and it came with this weird bag I've never seen before. It was crazy cool. Yeah, like the LZ and the TX bags, right? Like the zippered bags, they're amazing. Like, you saw the bag and you're like, dude, like this keyboard thing is like a real thing. Like, it's like, you know, you see people carrying like musical instruments to the airport with the nice bags and cases, right? Or like pelican cases and stuff for, like, you know, people who are into guns or whatever, or like, you know, sports gear or whatever you want. But when you saw that LZ and TX bag, you're like, dude, zippered bag with thick hard foam, like case foam, and like your keyboard's like nicely protected in there, and this keyboard's like 8 to 10 pounds, right? Like, you know, like 4 to 5 kilos. Yeah, you're like, yeah, that's some real shit. That's some real shit. That was the excitement. Like, I remember that excitement. Like, it's so funny. These are simple things now. Like, everyone takes it for granted. It's like, keyboard doesn't come with the case. A zipper case doesn't come with a keyboard, and I pay $450. Ugh, what a scam. But you know, back then, like, what you expect is just a cardboard box with foam and some bubble wrap or whatever, nicely taped, and that's it. That's your keyboard kit. And we still paid the same prices, you know, $350, $400, $450, whatever, $500, you know, whatever it is. Like the bag was not expected; it was an accessory. But yeah, I would say, like, now the scene's changed, and for good. Like, we have so many things available now. Kin and Ride on the Bay were the GOAT. I need a new Liku. He waived my shipping by bundling it with the first key called Private Buy, and he shipped it to me. Oh, so nice. Yeah, so Ride on the Bay, of course. If you don't know who Ride on the Bay is, that's Zach from Key Cult. He started like way back, like in 2013, I'm gonna say, on Keycap. Like, he started off as like a, you know, keyboard enthusiast / artisan collector. He goes into like bro caps, clacks, blah blah. And then he started his Keycap venture in 2016, if I recall correctly, was the first original #1 TKL private buy. It was basically friends and family for people who were affiliated with the keyword community Slack and Keycap community members. And so yeah, I still remember that. Like, I know that like yuktsi had one, like Elaine had one, a bunch of people did. Original #1 TKL, pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, eventually, Keycap became its own company, right? But that was like when they launched the Keycap #2, that was when they kind of like went public with the company. And so that was a pretty big endeavor. Oh, I guess not the #2. I mean, they also had like the Type Machina stuff. So yeah. I got into the hobby because of DSA Hana, dude. That's a classic. It's a great DSA set. Don't worry, the Gasket 00 people got their cardboard boxes. No shade, just chugs. I mean, yeah, I guess so. You know what? Good night, Soren. Good night. Have a good sleep. Thanks for coming by. What makes a Keycap so expensive? Exclusivity or well, no. So it's more so brand value, brand power, and also the fact that they fulfill pretty high quality keyboards. So I mean, they've built the brand, like they've built a reputation on high quality keyboards. Not just the fact that they've been featured on high profile sort of like news and whatever, especially like for like, you know, big streams like the Skara #2 TKL stream, which was done by Teha Types and attracted a huge crowd. The Tfue number 160, like Caustic Customs anodizing and all that. That was also like a pretty high profile, like, you know, live stream. Brought in a lot of people and then stuff. But even then, even before that, like ever since the #1, the original #1 TKL, they've been like pretty highly regarded because they just made, you know, pretty good quality keyboards. And you know, they're like a pretty honest bunch of people. I mean, bunch of people meaning Zach and George, which is 2 people. So yeah, they built a reputation and the brand based on that. And so it's the same with like, you know, TGR keyboard, same thing, right? Like yuktsi is, you know, one person, he's a designer, and he also has a full-time job, and you know, he also made keyboards and built a brand based on the fact that he was fulfilling keyboards that people enjoyed. So that's really what it is. I mean, exclusivity and all that really arises from demand, right? Like exclusivity and like the idea of like something being expensive in the market is because of supply and demand. That's a market force issue. That's not necessarily the brand. So yeah. Don't forget Diego important raft soon. What? Am I forgetting something? I can check. What is it? Oh, Sodi. Oh, I see. Got it. My Tiger 80 is out for delivery. Oh, nice. Those are delivering already? I thought people were building protos. I guess they're already doing that. Oh, cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna use that plate fork thing today, because it's probably useful for today's build. TX or cherry clip-ins? I'm using TX today. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Yeah, it's really what it is, though. It's really what it is. Like Keycap, you know, TGR keyboards, you know, whatever, you know, like these brands that are known for high quality keyboards. It's just always just honest work. What kind of put them there. And you know, you can kind of, there's evidence that doesn't matter what background they're from. Like yuktsi doesn't have a background in design or specifically like some industrial kind of like engineering or whatever. I mean, he does, I believe he's a chemical engineer by trade, but I don't remember. But I mean, learned, you know, CAD on his own, learned PCB design after asking, I think, Liku, and you know, learning from that. And you know, the same thing with Zach. I believe Zach, he was a computer science major, so he was a programmer. I think George majored in, was it business administration, or was it, I don't know, some social science maybe. Actually, don't remember what his specialty was. But you know, they don't necessarily have to have a technical background that's going to pertain to keyboards in a way where they have to, like, you know, where it would provide like an active skill set that would make them good for keyboards. But yeah. Do you think Cooler Master will bring back Topre? No, I don't think so. Oh, they teased something on April 1st? Oh, really? Oh, maybe they will then. If they tease something, that's possible. I mean, they certainly did the Nova Touch before, so it's not like they don't have history with Topre. So maybe they will. Oh, cool. Yeah, didn't know that. That's kind of welcome news to hear, actually. But it is April 1st, so it's probably gonna be RGB. Wouldn't be surprised. Sam makes good looking keyboard. Yeah. So another thing is, like, you know, like TX. I mean, no, not TX. TGR also did a lot of keyboards that were basically odes to old classics. So yeah. So I think this plate will actually be fine as long as the clips hold up. I think that's the key part of this build. The switch plate will be okay as long as the plate holds up because of the switch clips. So, but this might feel more like a plateless build than not, because of all these cuts. As long as the switch is clipped to the plate though, it's gonna be okay. Such a flexing material and so little plate. Yeah. That's the real issue here. where we have to tread carefully. You have to tread carefully. Oops. Bend that pin. There's so many options for modding now. This is true. I'm still using my HKB Pro 2 from 2008, which I'm still in love with. Zaid, but did you purchase it in 2008, or are you talking about that it just has the serial as 2008? My first custom was a pre-built GMK TKL. I see. In this day and age, doesn't still matter having a rehash of Cooler Master Nova Touch. I feel they're more or less hype because of being a donor units for Topre modding. True, I mean, Topre has definitely picked up some popularity thanks to the aftermarket case like scene sort of growing. And also it definitely helps that Mr. Teha Types himself is also a big Topre fan and enthusiast. Don't think it matters whether Mr. Lightning Keyboards is a fan of Topre. I don't think that opinion really matters because nobody cares. Nobody ever asks. But you know, I do think that, you know, the prophet of keyboards himself being a fan of it is definitely gonna, you know, popularize Topre. Ended up deciding to pick up Babylon. It's in the mail to me currently. Oh, nice. I hope you like it, NA Jack. I enjoyed it, actually, so I think you'll like it. I didn't purchase it in 2008, bought it secondhand. I see who has had it from 2008. Wow, it went through a lot of use. That HKB. Pretty sure you have converted at least 5 people in the chat for Topre. Good. Yes, I love Topre. It's my first love in keyboards. I have a handful of HKBs. I have a Real Force. I have 2 Real Forces. No Leopolds though. No Leopolds. I have 2 Real Forces and a handful of HKBs. bro, we care. Richie. I'm just joking, you know. Not that I necessarily have a high self-esteem, but alas. Lightning's opinion doesn't matter, but anyway, Diego, do you like Topper? Yes, I do, Krusty. What differences are there between the V2 and V2 CE? The main two differences? Okay, I'll tell you like the main like 4 differences. Number 1 difference between the V2 and V2 CE is F12 versus F13. That's number 1. Number 2 difference is the fact that V2 CE only came in black. And it came instead of a stainless steel polished Toblerone weight. It came with a brass that was PVD coated, either black or multicolor. Number 3 difference is that the weight, it was not external anymore. There was no external weight. The brass weight here went on the inside, and it went onto this part over here like this, kind of like a rectangular here. So the Jane V2C has a weight on the inside, not on the outside. On the outside, it just has that carbon fiber cover, but the rest is aluminum. My first love in keyboards was the Fujitsu Peerless. Oh, wow, Fujitsu, nice. Very cool. I prefer the V2, but I do like F13. I see. I personally like F12 a little bit more aesthetically speaking. Also, Anachronism, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How is it going? Sinvec, hey, how's it going? I'm doing alright, how are you? Okay, I actually think this this plate is gonna hold up fine. I was worried, but I think the switches are holding it in place pretty well. Yeah, I think this plate is gonna be okay. It kind of feels like no plate though, to be quite frank with you. But I think it's gonna be okay. Alright, let's test the stabs before we keep moving. Peerless is like Topper with the spring on top and very clicky. Ah, very interesting. Very interesting. I like F12 WinKey or F13 WinKeyless for whatever reason. Preference, that's fine. Seems fine to me to enjoy those, specifically in those configurations. Actually, having more specific preferences is a good thing. You know why? Because it means you can reject everything else, and therefore it's a much cheaper experience for you because you can just go for the things that you know you exactly like, instead of having to try everything or, you know, and whatnot. I'm only who I am. Do you know if CBB would be stocking more of their screw trays anytime soon? Yes, they plan on stocking more of their screw trays. I highly suggest you, I am only who I am, to keep an eye on the CBB Planet Discord and just ask. If you ask, like, she'll most likely just tell you, oh, I have some of these coming. I plan on restocking them soon. Or if you just ask in the channels, people will say like, oh yeah, she said that they'll be restocked at this point in time. But she posts the updates there first, so if you want to be like the first in line to kind of get something, it's a good idea to be in the Discord and just keep an eye or just ask, you know, in general, and they'll reply to you. Alright, let me go back and check in. Dumb question, but was the CE one of the first boards to carry F13? No, it was the DK Saver from back in 2000 and I don't know, 2000 and something. Pre-2010. Pre-2010 keyboard called the DK Saver, or the Tokyo Saver, was the first to have F13 on a custom. And it was also the grandfather of all custom keyboards that's recorded, like known, as far as like the way we do custom keyboards now. It was designed to basically adapt the original G80 like Cherry PCB, so it uses the same controller. It was just a transplant. Yeah. Let's see. Hurts more when you can't get your specific choice in limited raffles. True. That actually does suck. Oh, Yuri! Hola, hola, Raiders. Welcome. Gracias por raid. 34 viewers, my friend. Thank you. How are you doing, my friend? Alright. I am, like, trying to read chat. Peaches says, I'm a shallow person. I like good-looking keyboards, and there are many of them. Feels bad for my wallet. Yeah, true. 2007? Okay, thank you. Double raid indeed. All good here? I'm doing well. How are you, my friend? I am doing well. I mean, I took a vacation last week, so just kind of catching up, and also catching up with work, like outside of keyboards. And then keyboards as well, I guess. It's been good though. It's been doing well. Starting to get kind of hot in the summer now though. So it's getting a little sweaty every day. Hoping I can get CRP R4 Airbrake looks so dank. Good luck, Janky. I hope you do get it. It's wet and cold and none of my laundry is dry. Yeah. That's if you're air drying your laundry, that's awful. That's painful. Mr. Chamchi. Mightiest of greetings. Hello, salutations, Mr. Chamchi. How are you? I saw that tease for that board you're doing. What's that about? Tell us more. Share some leaks. Codabra, is that the nuke data enter key? Yes, it is the nuke data enter key. So actually, this enter key is a replacement. Oh, actually no, it's a faulty enter key. So my nuke data set initially came with this mark here. You see this white dot over here? So I think it's because the double shot green part like chipped away and it exposed the white underneath. And so it came in like that, so I basically asked if, you know, my set could be replaced or something, and they just sent out the enter key, you know, they opened the set to send out a replacement enter. So I just kept this and I'm using it for testing stabs. Yeah. It's in the early stages, simple FRL, nice, nice. Simple is good, my friend. Simplicity is sophistication, said my friend. One of my friends says that a lot. Stabs sound great. Love TX stabs. They're fantastic. Is C really the first with F13? No, it's not. Krusty. Someone else said it. The first was DK Saver, first custom keyboard to do F13. I mean, F13 probably existed since vintage, because there's keyboards with, you know, extension columns, like with a lot of function keys. So F13 has probably existed for decades. I mean, F13 has probably existed since the advent of the first keyboard. But if you're talking about the custom mechanical keyboard scene as we know it, like in modern times, then the DK Saber is the first known board that we record as the first. Doesn't necessarily mean that it is the first. Like, I'm not sure if, I mean, maybe someone else hand wired an F13 board or something. I don't know. But no one recorded it, so nobody knows. It's not history unless someone documents it, right? What lube do you use for TX stabs? I have a few sets here. I always use 205. 205 grade 0 is my go-to lube for stabs for every stab. I use this for TX, I use this for Cherry, I use this for Duroc, I use this for Zeal, I use this for Stabies, I use this for Topper stabs. I use 205 for everything. And it works. So, yeah, it's my go-to. Safa was the first port named Safa. In a way, Prussian Blue cancel is a good thing for me. That means there's a chance I can buy it later in group buy price. Oh, yeah, that is true. Unfortunately, I was canceled, but I mean, circumstances call for it, so it'll probably come back at some point, hopefully, with revised kitting. So that's a good thing, actually. It was a TGR Jane V2C with the multicolored Toblerone weight, the first TKL. I mean, it was the first TKL to have that multicolor, like, Toblerone weight, I guess. Alright. .205 the goat, GHV4 also the goat, but GHV4 kind of like hard to source, right? It's kind of annoying to source actually, so I can't bother with it. Mictlan is too stonk. Mictlan is very good for sure. Very, very cool set. If you haven't seen Mictlan, GMK Mictlan keyboard key set design by Mr. Vijesu from Mexico, my paisano, my friend. He designed GMK Mictlan. Comes to 2 different base kits, $99 US for the base kit on novel keys, and other vendors, of course. It's very good. Memkawa, more like Monka Lube Mafia. True. Monka W Lube Mafia. I was very limited in that sense. Safa is the first board to have the Schrodinger's weight, aka it doesn't have a weight. Is that like a inside joke? I have not paid attention, sorry. If that's like a meme, then I probably haven't paid attention to it. Consider Hiragana base kit. Yes, consider Miyamoto kit. Or whatever it was called. Annoying. Let's use this. Safa has an internal brass weight, so everyone keeps saying it doesn't have one. Oh, I see. Silly. I thought it was like a what should I call it? I thought it was like a Keycap post meme or something, like some copy pasta kind of thing. Technically, there isn't any real GHV4 anymore. Yeah, I think that's what people say, right? About GHV4. I don't care too much about the GHV4 lore to kind of know the details, but yeah. I want to make Keycap sets. Tell me about it. I have a problem. Will not consider Weeb Legends. It ain't broken till it's broken. Wait, what is? That's a meme by famous Redditor Werner Heisenberg. If there is a weight, wouldn't it be better to have it on the outside? Not necessarily. I don't think it really matters. I'm a bit surprised that the Winky Blue-Gray V2 is unbuilt. I mean, I don't know why you're surprised of all people, Invis, when you've seen people keep OTD boards in saran wrap for 12 years. There's literally no excuse for you to be surprised. When people keep this bullshit for 12, 15 years in the closet in saran wrap, unbuilt, NIB or whatever. And brass weights in the blue film. Dude, the blue film. Oh my god. When I see it, I'm just cracking up. And those chips, like the microcontrollers that have been gathering dust in the Ziploc bag. I mean, like, not gathering dust, I guess, but in a Ziploc bag for like, I don't know how long. Oh my gosh. It's just so funny. Like, just so funny for me to see it. I'm just like why? Like, okay. Alright. It's like, man, should have enjoyed that board. Just kept it in the bag the whole time. What's your favorite type of mod legending? I have a whole reference post about this. Where's the... If you go to my Discord, if you're in it, there is a references channel, and then if you scroll a little up... Okay, I'm just gonna post the message link. That's in my Discord server. I have a whole, like, bullet point list about what mod styles I like. Sam told me there were only 4 Winky Blue-Grays. Ah, I see. Everyone knows if you build it, it's ruined. Yeah. Ruining keyboards one at a time. Lightning keyboards, that's his job. If you use mod tilde and mod pipe, Diego will ban you from the stream. Okay, I won't ban anybody from the stream for doing that. Just don't advocate for it, as in, like, don't be like, oh, I love mod pipe and mod tilde, and if you don't use it, you're a pleb. Like, I think it's the opposite way around, but you know, it's okay. I'm like that though, so I have no excuse. I can't ostracize if I can't stand to be ostracized by the other party. So it's okay, I guess. Elitism. I'm not trying to be elitist, I'm just stating my preference in a way that's kindly obnoxious. That's all. That's all. That's not how this works, Christian. That's not how this works. Mod pipe and mod tilde, just use white on black. Mod pipe and mod tilde will be on it. Easy clap. Got him. Would it be that 12 years ago people predicted that OTD will be worth a lot of money? Partly yes, actually, Peaches. Because OTD boards were actually basically friends and family from the, like, not quite friends and family, but they were numbered custom units, essentially. Like the first OTD board that was made, the 356L of the 356 series, 356L, it says out of 60, limited edition or something like that. So like from the get-go, it was supposed to be like this small club kind of keyboard thing. So out of 20, no, 60. L has 60. 60. It's preference, but you're wrong. Pipe key in modifier color, even though it is not a modifier and never will be. True fact. People are obsessed with symmetry on an object that's inherently asymmetric. I agree. Perfectly. Perfect way to phrase that. I agree. Well, guess we lost a mounting point. Oh my god, where did the plastic bit go? Plastic's so flexible it just broke. But where did it go? I don't even see it. Oh, here it is. Alright, great. Okay. Guess we're not mounting that point. Okay, I can save this. We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna make this happen, okay? This is gonna work, okay? This is going to work. I promise you. This build will be successful. I already started it. I've already put more than half the switches. I'm gonna make this work. I refuse to lose this way. Actually, that kind of concerns me a little bit. What if these other mounting points also break? Why did she add cuts on these mounting points? She knows that thin parts like this are... She knew this! But did it anyway. It's okay. Alright, hopefully... Those cuts would scare me even if the plate was alu. Exactly, even if the plate was alu. Mad? You mad, bro? It's okay. Cherry Nix is going to be like Half-Life 3? Facts. Just put a piece of shelf liner under it. Could do that, yeah. Just could just float the plate with material. Try adding some foam, I bet that will help. Thanks for the suggestion, Hinker. Very smart. Expectations too high, so they'll never release them. It's not even that. I think they just don't. It's just not in their plans to do it, and they're not the people who seem to listen to people's comments about it. So probably not a good idea to do flex test. Yeah, I think it's gonna be flex test and then sinks to the bottom. Actually, it wouldn't because the USB port would keep it hanging. But yeah. First stack mounted TGR. That's a good one. That's a good one. Let's put this somewhere where I can see it. There. This is what Final Meme's gonna do for their keyboard, the one that they've been quote unquote teasing for like I don't even know how long on their Twitter. 20 meme Swiss cut, 20 meme cut Swiss cheese plate and have all the mounting points break. Yeah. I guess you could call it a final keyboard in the sense that it is the last keyboard that will ever work. Like, the last that would... Yeah. Can't even talk. But yeah, the last one that would possibly ever work. Wouldn't ever possibly work. Alright, let's get this. You can't really say it's a full plate anymore. I'm gonna make it full again, okay? Okay, Mr. Diego, gonna bounce and decompress for a while. Have a lovely rest of stream and afternoon. Thank you so much, Hinker. Have a good rest of your evening as well. Thank you so much for stopping by. Dangerous. JNV2's red and blue gray are to die for. Are those your favorite colors from the buy? Mr. Chamchi. They're definitely the really nice colored ones. The quote-unquote cyan one was also very good. The light blue looked really nice. It was a very nice light blue. The pink is also very cool too. Or the purple one. Was it purple? Yeah, purple. Well, purple, but it's like more like a bright violet. There's also those. Bro, olive V2C though. Olive, very nice color. That's for sure. Would this be streamer Boo Boo number 3? I feel like I've done more screw ups than that. Peaches. I don't know. I honestly do not know. Oh, one Anthony moment. Ironic. But yeah, it's like the oh boy. That was a classic. Oh my gosh, this is like so stressful. All right. Okay. It's surgery time. Where's my super glue? Nothing wrong with super glue, okay? It works. Oh, I better use tweezers for this, don't I? My hands are shaking. It's okay. There we go, I guess. It's gonna break off. I'm pretty sure. You know, it's kind of making me feel a little nervous about all the rest of the mounting points. So, well, that's one piece of feedback I can most definitely give is don't put those cuts at the mounting points, please. Like, you can put them everywhere else, just not at the mounting points. Like the tabs, right? Okay, I'm a little worried about these other ones, so I'm just gonna put some on here. Okay. I think that's probably as good as it gets for now. Okay. Fill the hole with glue too. That's actually something that I was thinking about, but I guess it wouldn't be a test if we don't leave it to some extent like this. Like nothing happened. Nothing happened. What are you guys talking about? Nothing broke. Nothing broke on this stream. Nothing ever breaks on this stream, am I right? Nothing broke. Nothing broke. We did not break anything. All right. Watch me break it again, but all right. Let's solder and try this out. This is fun. This is challenging and fun. Everything breaks on my streams, including my spirit. Damn. Smudge. That's kind of sad. Oh man, that's hilarious at the same time. It's okay. I feel the same way about my own self-esteem. I need to get a new tube of super glue soon. Running out. Alrighty. Let's get the soldering done. Hopefully we will do this and it will be fine. Nothing ever breaks on this stream. Also, I need a new tube of super glue. Just two separate statements, okay? I was looking through my toolbox, and you know, just realized that my super glue, you know, was just a little low. That's all. Unrelated. Two completely unrelated statements, my man. What are you even talking about? It's so old, it dried up. Yeah, because I literally never use it. I just never use it, you know? Alright, good luck. I gotta sleep. Bye-bye. Good night, Future Crime. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Have a good night, man. Are you sure something looks a bit uneven? It's the same on the other ones too, though. But, well, hey, this is all about feedback, okay? We're just gonna give the good feedback that it simply needs to not have those little holes in the cutouts. You know? Also, don't worry, I do have a new spool of solder, so in case you're worried that I'm just working with this little piece. You gave the plate too much feedback and it cracked under the pressure. That's a good one. I like it. Too much feedback on the plate. Hope you have a good stream other than the breakage. Thank you, Anachronism. Have a good night. Alright friends, don't forget to check out the sponsors of the channel. We have Canon Keys. They are currently stocked now with Nice PBT November Fog if you haven't seen, and then you can also check out all the other in-stock sets that they have from Nice PBT to Canon Caps and so on. They also of course have in-stock keyboards like their Brutalist series keyboards from ranging from 60% all the way up to full size / 1800. And then of course you can find all their supplies and group buys that are being run through Canon Keys as well. Alright, time for a new spool of solder. We also have CBB indeed. Thank you to CBB Planet who supplied this particular plate today for today's test build, basically. You can check out cbplanet.com/discount/lightning if you want to get a discount on your order. You can get up to 5% off on any custom plate orders or any in-stock item, really. They also have McLovin PCBs available for your keyboards that can support them. McLovin is a Vietnamese PCB designer group, and their products are being stocked through CB Planet. CB Planet is also a home for coffee enthusiasts, so if you're looking for parts for some of your coffee tools, they also might have some. Did my previous messages not send? I don't know. And you went back and even more zooted? Nice. Welcome back. Alrighty, next up we have Kinetic Labs, where you can find in-stock items from dust pads all the way to keycaps, polycaps, lube like Carbon GS1 and GS2, and switches. Then we have Novelkeys, which we already talked about, but Novelkeys has GMK Mictlan, again a key set designed by fellow Mexican Vijesu. They have made a gorgeous key set with a lot of collaborations on the way as well, so you can check out the group by thread for that. But yeah, Mictlan starts at $99 per base kit, and then there's also accessories like desk pads and the NK65 keyboard, which looks sweet. And then there is also the vinyl toys, which are basically modeled after the calaveras from Dia de los Muertos, a very popular Mexican holiday celebrated on November the 2nd every year. The vinyl toys are nuts. I love them. Yeah, I really like them. I'm probably gonna get those because I really like how cute they look, and they really remind me of home in many ways. I think it's a nice little decoration to have, and they're not too big, which is something I actually do like. I actually do like that they're not like the size of the vinyl toy is actually pretty moderate, you know. Fits perfectly on a shelf. It doesn't need to be doesn't need to take up too much space. It's also not as expensive. Yeah. Mictlan is so incredibly lit. Yeah, so as all people are saying here, it is incredibly lit, so make sure to get a base kit, or maybe two, or maybe more, if you are looking for a cool black base key set with colors or a lack thereof. The toys are indeed only on Novelkeys. They are a Novelkeys exclusive because Novelkeys is the vendor who has been doing the vinyl toys for their own store, so it is a Novelkeys only exclusive. Yep. Next is omnitype.com, omnitype.com/lightning, where you can purchase in-stock key sets. They also recently restocked a small number of the key set or keycap containers, like the latch boxes. They do have plans on bringing more. They also regularly have sales for keyboard bags. They recently had a small pre-order run for them. They also sell switches like the 8008 switches. 8008 ink switches. But yeah, they mostly host group buys for key sets. And then they also stock Pokemon Company licensed products, such as different types of Pokeballs. If you haven't checked those out, Omnitype does sell Pokemon related products. They're a huge fan of Pokemon, and so they have been officially licensed to sell products that are affiliated with Pokemon, which actually look pretty cool. So if you're into the series, I highly suggest checking it out. The show, franchise, etc. What are some of you guys' favorite side profile? LZRE, good choice. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, people talk a lot about Corsa, just standard K-Mac. Yeah. I mean, I honestly really like the thermal, like the 60%. With the fins, they look so good. They look so good. Alrighty. Sorry, I'm like losing my train of thought here. There is also, next up we have Prime KV. That's where I stock a lot of my stabilizers, specifically Durock and Cherry stabilizers. They also stock alpaca switches, which I build with quite frequently. Silent alpacas, among other accessories that you might find useful for your switch lubing and modding. From lubricants to all the way through some lubing stations as well. Next we have Project Keyboard. Project Keyboard currently has pre-orders for some sets, but then also they have not yet hosted the extra sales for specific key sets, namely Noir, Masterpiece, and GMK Dolce R5. So if you are waiting for an extra sale on those, make sure to sign up to their newsletter. They usually publish to their newsletter first, as a heads up. So yeah, that's where you'll probably see first news for the sales for extras on those key sets. Then we have Salvin. Check out our favorite Belgian CNC machinist and a vendor, Salvin, who is currently working on many different projects, most notably the Salvation. Many hundreds of cases that will be shipped for the Salvation. But Salvin also sells apparel, from sweaters to socks to t-shirts, which are extremely comfortable. They also sell stabilizers and switches if you're in the EU and looking for some. And they also do collaborations occasionally for key sets and other collabs like that, desk pads and key sets and so on. So you can find those on salvin.com. You can also find some of the knee-deep patinas, keycaps that were made with Cerakote and patina, of course. And then there's also the blue copper patina keycaps still available on Salvin store as well. And lastly, we have Space Cables, spaceholdings.net, where they host collaborations for cables matched to different key sets, and there's also different key set products, key set related products, from desk pads to the key set itself, among other things. And they also hold collaborations for desk pad designs and similar things like that. But yeah, alrighty. And I believe Space Cables is currently sending me a keyboard to build very soon. They are sending me a prototype of something. It's a surprise. I'll talk more about it when it's here and when it's time to build it. But they will be running some more keyboard buys pretty soon, so yeah, just something to tease. But I believe it's a 60%, so I'll let you guys know more about that once I know more about it myself. Bias R1 HHK plus D. Oh yeah, Drew is a big fan of that one. Duck V1 has good sides. Oh yeah, Duck V1 good sides too. Yeah, I do agree with that one too. Duck sides pretty iconic. Quite iconic as well in the scene. Alright. So let's open this bad boy up now. Oh damn, I may need to get Masterpiece. There no extras were installed yet. The US extras haven't sold that yet. Pretty sure. CNC machining is free. Big Macs and Onions, hello. Koala side, classic. 356CL, I like straight. Pretty nice. Imagine liking Pokermans. Imagine liking the Pokermans. I like the side profile of the Sonnet. I wish it was a 60. Maybe they will do a 60 sometime. I mean, they've done 65s and TKLs, so, and 75 now. So hopefully Mode will do a 60 sometime soon. I think I would expect them to do it sometime soon, because that's pretty much the one that they haven't done. It's a very popular layout. It's just a matter of time though, I think. HKBHG, that's a good one, which is the same as the K and the Key Cult number 2 series. My question of the day, Gateron aluminum keycaps, worth it? Personally, I'm not a huge fan of metallic keycap sound when they bottom out, because it sounds kind of clunky and heavy. So I personally say not for me, just at a glance. I actually don't know what it actually sounds like, but I'm a little bit skeptical slash just careful about it. It was just wary because I personally feel like I won't like it. That said, if you want to spend a little bit, you know, well, not a little, but they're actually a decent bit more expensive. But you know, if you want to spend for aluminum keycaps, by all means. But yeah, they are more expensive because they're metallic. So $500 for Year of the Tiger. Oh my goodness. Oh, these are the ones that ZLPC is selling. Oh, I see. Well, that's a different story. That also, I personally do not purchase from ZLPC. So, yeah. Zeal moment. Oh my god, this weight is tight. There we go. There we go. I put that money towards nice die subs. You could put that money towards nice die subs, or you could put that money towards like 5 CRP sets, or okay, maybe like 3 CRP sets. 2? 3? 3 CRP sets. Or $500? Look, I'll tell you what to get right now. You spent $99 on Mictlan Papel Picado. You spend $99 on Mictlan Noche Negra. You spend a few more dollars for the Spacebar kit and the Novelty kit. And then you spend $100 for white on black. And then you save the rest. If a good deal for GMK Dolge R5, which I don't know who made that key set, but it's very cool, pops up, you can get another classic called GMK Dolge. Anyway, I'm just joking around, but I mean, I personally do say, like, if you don't have some of the classic sets like white on black and things like that, then, you know, I think those are very versatile and always recommended. Dolge designer pretty sus though. Smooge. Guap has never looked bad. Facts. Facts on facts. Where's my other tray? Oh, here they are. True brother just copied. Excuse you, I did not copy everything. Okay, it's just the colors. I even chose a different red. I did a custom teal. I did Hangul. I even added LED caps and cherry, officially Cherry Corp licensed novelties. Hello? Alt Gur Angry Alt. I even gave it the Angry Alt. Okay. Alright, here goes the real test though. Okay guys, will it fall apart? Time to find out. Time to find out. Will it fall apart? Will it snap? Let's start with the top one first. Okay. Will it snap? Okay, okay, okay. So far so good, I think. So far so good. So far so good, okay? So far so good. Alright, we're gonna do that one last, I think. Just so I can get it as close as possible to the tab before I basically give it the gravity treatment. Don't do a flux test, the mounts might snap. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna press harder on the spacebar area at all. Actually, this is between the Alt and the spacebar. Oh, so technically it doesn't. Yeah, so basically not any of those two keys. All right, will it snap? Okay, 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 okay. We good? Oh shit, this one's not even on properly. Hold on. Oh no, okay. 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 Alright, we good. I think we good. Yo, let's go. Alright. Chevy V1 mods and MX clears. Maybe put caps in before screwing the board? Wait, why? Oh, in case it snaps? No, 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 let's have fun here. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. Well, let's have the full experience. Yes, today we are having the real experience here. Okay, Mr. Joran, hello. What's up, buddy? Chamois That's so mean, dude. That's so mean. Using a chamois set on this is so mean. At least give me CRP, man. Come on. Chamois multicolor on the Jane? No, it's not because it's a chamois set. It's because the plate is very fragile. Very fragile. Any cherry dice ups not currently mounted? Yeah, I do have some dice ups. If you want some. I have like German dice ups. I think I have Belgian dice ups as well. We could do dice ups. Imagine having dice ups plural. Just be earlier to the game, bro. Just kidding, just kidding. Alright. Screwed in, great. And last one. Oh, God, so much work. So many screws on this one. These Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask remixes always hit me in the back of the brain. Same with like the A Link to the Past ones too. I'm like huge on. Actually that's what probably my. I'm not sure if it's that one. That one's my #1 favorite. Majora's Mask might be at the top. I don't know. They're all so good. But I love A Link to the Past. Well, I've played that game so many times. I think someone recently sold German dice for under 100. I saw some sell today for 50 euros. Actually. You say that like it's bad? No, it's a good thing. I mean, that should be how it should be priced now, but that's my opinion. That's just like your opinion, man. Saw an NTR go for 249 a couple days ago. Yeah, true. All right, I think we're good. So chamois multicolor. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get the chamois set. Alright, I have come back. Oh, might as well have a CRP spacebar just in case. Isn't JD gonna get super hot with that blanket on? No. JD is invincible. Nothing affects him. No weather changes. You think a weather change will affect JD? Please. Please. A mere weather change? Oh, this is the dangerous spot, isn't it? Oh, nice. What's this shift key? Why is it so bright? Why is there a bright shift? What's this for? Isn't that the wrong color? Looks 2U though, so I would never use that anyway, but that's kind of funny. People that receive caps printed on the wrong profile. I guess that's not surprising considering that dye sub is basically it's just like. But I mean, it's kind of funny though. Like, as in, shouldn't you already have a template for it? You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. Should I check my chamois sets? I mean, yeah, you definitely should. I normally check all of my keycap sets if I can afford to. Like, if I have the time to do so, I'll just do it. Just to be sure. I think this will work out okay, actually. We'll see it once we put the spacebar on, though. 21 KB gave me the wrong colored arrow keys. Oh man, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like, people getting wrong profile caps or wrong colored caps is the same thing. It's the same kind of mistake you get. I mean, like this shift here, it's a 2U shift in the cream color, which is kind of funny. The question for you: if I have a board with the opposite problem, caps are too loose on the stems, what's the proper way to deal with? The easiest way is just to do that tape thing. People had suggestions like paper and plastic on the stem. I put it on top, right? It has to shim the edge. You can just do like, just basically cut a, you just cut a square of tape. Come on, focus. You just cut a square of tape and you just put it like, like it's gonna be like a square on top of the stem, and then you just like paste it there, and then you put the cap on. As you press the cap onto the stem, it'll bend, right? Or paper, anything works. Anything works. Put a thin layer of clean nail polish on the inside of the keycap stem. I guess that works too, yeah. I like tape because it's removable. TGR Heritage running in October. What's that? That's the Jane collab? Or I don't know what it is. Heritage gonna take 3 years. Manga. That's a manga moment. That would be crazy. 3 years, brother. Where can I find this? No idea. Join the Jane GB, take a break and come back to have it shipped to you. Oh man. I guess it's been pretty long. It has been really. Kind of crazy if you think about it. Oh, here's a shift. I have around $175 for a keyboard. Is there any boards that fit my budget? Can someone check how much the NK65 costs? I think that one would be a really good rec. Or I think some people have recommended like the QK65 or something. But yeah, I would say the Icky 68 Aurora I think is also pretty cheap. Bakeneko is a good option as well. There are some options available to E8Q at under $175. NK65 EE is 95 bucks. So I would, if the NK65 does not come with keycaps, you could always get one of the keycaps available through their store as well. I'm thinking those would be also a good choice. Where's my page down? That's not the right profile. That's not the right profile. Oh, here. F1. A lot of people are saying NK65 is old and has a lot of problems though. Can't be too picky in a budget. I do agree with that. Also, like, how old is that anyway? It's not that old. Do you like the Gentoo? Yeah. I personally like it more than the Adelie in the sense that I can actually use it as the, you know, as a keyboard because of the layout. Yeah, I did like it. I mean, it was definitely like a bigger board and definitely has like this chunky sort of look. But if you're into the look, I think it's a nice board. Consider a pre-built Leopold. I do think a pre-built Leopold is a good choice too for under $175 US. Alright, let's put some artisans on this. Let's see. It's very multicolored, so let's pick something that's kind of colorful. We could try this Corby. It's too dark. I kind of like this this Shiro Nikomata cap. Oh yeah, I like the E-lock. Let's put the E-lock on. I think I like the E-lock on this cape. Starting to like Sangan TBH? Oh, you mean like 7U Winkey? Oh, it's great. I mean, it's the same as Win Keyless, to be honest. It's the same as Win Keyless, to be quite honest with you. Okay, let's choose one more. Choose a variety here. What am I feeling like today? Something kind of like that one. That E-lock looks familiar. Yeah. Something on the brighter side, maybe. Should we do the Murray? Murray kind of looks good on this. Maybe something more colorful. Oh, maybe let's do the Lube. You could put 8 blue clacks on? I don't have 8 blue clacks! I have like 1. Two actually, if you include the blink. 2. Skill issue? Smudge. Wow. Okay. Alright. Look at this. Look at this. High schooler telling me skill issue. Oh my god. Ah, I feel old, man. Alright, there it is. Quappa is underage? Very much so. Quappa was born after 2000. Oh, just thinking about that really puts things into perspective. Oops, sorry. Is that in focus? Alrighty, let's give this a try. Literally just a CE with a different logo. Oh, is that the Heritage? Oh, I see. Okay, thanks for the info. Okay, so today we got this Jane V2 built with OP blacks and a very much full and undamaged ultra high molecular polyethylene plate made by CBB Planet. Currently we have some OP blacks on this plate, and then we have some chamois PBT keycaps from a later round. Let me see, where did my window go? Here it is. Alright, let's give this a shot. Nothing happened on 2022-6-9. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's do this, and let's give this a shot. This is a TGR Jane V2, which has a plate that's top mounted and configuration wise. Alright, let's give it a shot. Okay. Oh, read it. Alright. Need to try with a GMK spacebar. Spacebar is ass, rest is fire. Yeah, the spacebar has that weird, it's like heavy, right? There's something about the spacebar from chamois, I just don't like it. It sounds kind of like SA spacebar but in cherry. That's a good one. SA spacebar but in cherry. I like that. I like the way you put that one. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. To be honest. Okay, let's try a CRP one instead. Let's try a CRP spacebar instead. Whoops. The alphas are pretty nice though. Yeah, the alphas are definitely pretty nice. Alright, so we're gonna try the CRP R4 spacebar. Yeah, my chamois spacebar is super loud. Yeah, there's something about it. It's just really loud. Kind of has like a twang sort of sound to it because of how like thick and heavy it feels. It's almost like it was made out of not plastic, but like a ceramic or like a metal. I don't know, it's just weird. But it sounds very loud to me. The alpha sounds very good though. Yeah, alright, let's try. Oh my god, okay. This is kind of like, oh my god, okay. I'm a little scared. Oh, it's so, oh no. Oh, okay. Saved. 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 We are good. All right. Oops. Okay. I'm gonna just try this one, the only one on. All right. Let's give this a shot once again. This time we have a CRP spacebar on this. CRP less beige than chamois. Yeah, CRP is a bit brighter for the color. Just so you know. Just a little bit brighter. I personally don't care about that difference, but some people do. So, but yeah, it does look a little bit brighter compared to chamois. Chamois has a little bit of a grayer sort of tone, like a touch of gray to it. That makes the alphas look a little less creamy and more like grayish, grage. All right, CRP blanks went. That would be good. I would buy CRP blanks. I would buy like a few sets of CRP blanks if I could. All right, let's try with a CRP spacebar now. I think it's on properly. All right, here we go. Why it still sound doo-doo? I'm wondering the same. Well, I'm actually wondering if it's something like bottoming out or something like that. But not sure. I think it's the plate making sound weird. Yeah, that's very possible. I mean, that's why we're testing this, right? So it's also very, I mean, now that we've tried both, we can kind of make a claim that maybe it's the plate instead. So let's see. So let's just try the mods and then we'll go from there. Keyword bat, I'll take it. If it were that easy. Alright. Here are the mods. You can hear it shaking. Yeah, definitely this, I think it's definitely the plate here. I mean, it might be the mounting point. We can try a GMK spacebar instead. That somehow sounds even worse than my spacebar. Yeah, it's weird, right? We can try GMK. We can try a GMK set rather. So I'm gone. Oh, sounds good. Wait, why am I taking the artisan off? We can try a GMK set instead. Actually, I think that's a good idea. All right, let's try a full ABS set now. So what should we put on this? How many spacebar changes before plate fix breaks? I have a feeling plate fix already broken, holding on hopes and dreams right now. Especially as I'm removing keycaps. Shoko, Mizu, Rainy Day. I don't have Rainy Day, but I do have Shoko and Mizu. Does they go by without people asking Siva for a blank blue rerun? Aren't the blank blues that hard to are they that hard to get right now? Really? Like for a while there is basically selling at cost, which is kind of surprising that people are constantly asking for them now. Okay, one thing is for sure, the plate is very loose. Like you can see the plate moving like everywhere. Okay, so those cuts between the plate itself and the mounting point, not good. IMO. Those need to be rigid. So that's definitely not holding. So that's definitely something to tell CVB, like, okay, like don't do that again, please. For this particular plate. Anyway. Do the cuts actually do anything with a material like alu? They're so small. I personally feel like there's no need for them in general. Like especially if you're already using a top mount plate anyway, why even have the cuts? You know what I mean? Like, why don't you just let the top mount plate be a top mount plate? Why even have a plate? Yeah, might as well just do the... You guys remember the simp kit? the plateless kit that I tried out on the Xeno like a long time ago. This was maybe like a year plus ago. Maybe even 2 years ago. You guys remember that? By Sony? Yeah. Maybe, like, might as well just do that. You know what I mean? Might as well just go full plateless and just put it on the case. You guys see how much this plate is moving as I'm removing caps? Let me show you. Hold on. You need to see how this is moving. Oh, hi, Miss Popcorn. Hello, how are you? Like, I'm holding this down, okay? Look at this plate. Like, it's like shifting up and down every time I remove a keycap. It's just funny. Is this undeniable proof that meme cuts are shit? I mean, I personally, I think, like, in moderation they're fine, but in excess they're not fine. You know, it's the same idea as Swiss cheese things, right? Like, you know, having compatibility good, having excessive compatibility is not necessarily good. Such as 2U shift, 4th row. That one's like really monka. Alright, well, let me just try this GMK spacebar that I have here alone. Maybe it is just broken. So let's see. Definitely sounds like the plate is hitting something, right? I don't know. Let me hear it. Yeah, it definitely sounds like the plate's hitting something, right? Okay, what if I hold it up? What if I hold it up on the side? Here, let me see. What if I hold it up with this thing? What if I just hold it up here? Magic. Okay, so I think it's the plate hitting something. See, look. I think it's bottoming out. So yeah, this plate too monka. This plate is too monka. So this is good. This is a successful test in the sense that it's failed. So we're gonna do a non-flex cut plate sometime in the future. But this is good to know. Bottom out plates new meta. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely the spacebar bottoming out is what's happening here. Like if I hold this up here. Yeah. I think P is just too bendy for it. Especially for this particular mounting position. Because on the Jane V2, the problem with Jane V2 mounting is that the plate mount, like the mounting positions are here. So there's like, and then here. So there's like there's this like huge gap right here in the spacebar portion. So like on aluminum plate it's fine, or brass, or even FR4. But PE is just way too soft for this. I mean, polycarb half on this was already pretty iffy, to be quite frank with you. My Jane V2 has polycarb half with MX blacks, and honestly, if I didn't touch it up, it would sound bad half the time, if that makes sense, because the spacebar was basically bottoming out on the case floor. Whereas on an aluminum plate, that just doesn't happen. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, we have options, I guess. Well, now that I know, I can always desolder this later, and that's fine. Wow, it's already been 3 hours. Okay, well, we know that now. Do we speed run this build? I mean, I don't have to do stabs anymore, so it's not gonna be, we're not gonna be doing another hour of stabs. I could just speed desolder and put a new plate in. Is this a personal build? The build inside of it is, the case isn't. If that makes sense. I love my Koreatoon spacebar. Yeah. So I have a few other plates here. I have, this is a half palm. I have a palm half. And then I have a full FR4. Full FR4. I could speed desolder this in like 10 minutes-ish. And then resolder everything pretty quickly too. Like if I just don't talk and do it, it will be pretty quick. Yeah, this plate is kaput. I think I just heard that break. Pretty sure I just heard that piece break over there. Alright, cool. Good to know. So that's let's write it down actually. All right. So notes from today. Where's my pencil or pen? Palm is not as fragile. Well, this one won't be too bad because why not alu plate, brother? Because I don't have an alu plate actually. I don't have a Jane V2 alu plate. If I focus, yeah, I can do pretty quickly for desoldering. And if I don't talk to people. Do you have a whale plate? Oh. Hold on. A whale plate? Do I have one? I might have a whale plate. Where did I put it? Oh, it must be with the... Okay. You know what? I actually think I have a whale plate. So let me maybe full alu is the way. Let's try full alu. Hold on, BRB. Okay, I am back. Alright, so where were we? We were going to give CBB some feedback, right? So I found a plate. I believe this is the whale plate. North facing enter, south facing everything else. So, alright, let's see. So, feedback. So, CBB plate. Okay, number 1 was flex cuts at mounting points. No. Number 2 was yeah, overall there's that. I mean, I think it's like maybe PE too flexible for Jane V2 mount. What else? Yeah, I mean, I think the rest are, yeah, okay, so other cuts are okay. Other cuts are okay. I think the other ones are fine, like between the clusters, I think those were okay. Like, as long as switches can clip on, that's fine. Alright, cool, done. I'll tell this to CV later. Alright, let's speed run it. Let's get out of the way. And let's get our screwdriver here. At least the stabs are already done. Oh wait. Wrong screws to remove in the first place. Double bill stream? Yeah, kinda, right? I actually was meaning to stream like 2 days ago. I actually wanted to stream on Tuesday, but I just was too busy. Like, I finished work and it was like 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I was like, if I stream now, it's just too late because I have to like wake up early for a meeting or whatever. Yeah, just got rough. Are we rebuilding with a plate? Yeah, we are. Do you miss a typing test? You missed the old one, which wasn't good anyway, so you didn't really miss much. You missed the bad sounding typing test, I guess. Poorly sounding. Sorry, I do that to dislodge this a little bit. It's just too tight. It didn't sound good? Yeah, the plate was bottoming out on the case. Just had a chopped cheese. Shout out. What's your deli order? I'm a huge. I mean, I do really like chopped cheese, but I also really like just like chicken cutlet sandwich with lettuce, tomato. If they have grilled onions are great. I like putting some sriracha in there. If you can get bacon, also really good. Bacon and chicken cutlet. Yeah, bacon and chicken cutlet is pretty goated, in my opinion. I love my Jane, but sweet mother of Kuala Lumpur does have a lot of screws. Yeah, dude, it's insane how many screws it has. Like, it's, well, you know, doing a Jane V2 build in terms of screws is kind of like doing Topre, like a Topre PCB. Like, it just has that many screws. It's insane. You know, do I just break these mounting points? Just kidding. Alright, I'll unscrew them. this one was broken pretty much. It's like barely hanging on there. So. Just heard the screw roll. Where did it go? Huh? Oh, there goes the plate. Alright. Let's get this out of the way. Are these jean screws hard to strip? I guess that is true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I'm missing a screw and I don't know where it went just now. Sorry about that. I tapped on the page up key or something like that. My bad. I guess nobody even noticed anyway. Alright. Oh yeah, you can mute this if you want. If it's annoying you. Or do you want me to mute it? Hey, get some dim sum. Hello. TGR build, feed good old solder sucker gun. Yeah. How's it going? Desolder off 240p. Lol. Alright. Alright, let's see, how cleanly did I desolder this? Can I just rip it off with the plate? The plate is too soft for this, but maybe I can just push out the switches, let's see. How cleanly did I do this? They're coming off, so I think I did a pretty good job here. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Let's just remove them. Same thing. Doesn't really matter. This plate's probably gonna go in the garbage anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'll sell off my H87A if this one breaks. I think I'll be fine. Alright, desoldering done. Boom. How long did that take? I don't know. I don't know how long that took. But it didn't take too long, I think. How much through hole plating is stuck to the pins? None? I don't see any that have been ripped. You got lucky with that? No. It's a skill issue, my friend. I know that one is a skill issue for sure. There's ways to desolder efficiently. That's not luck. That is 100% not luck. Imagine relying on luck, seriously. Seriously, imagine relying on luck. Also, I still haven't found that other screw? I don't know why. I've done it only once, and it was in a pre-built with lettuce. Oh well, I mean that's very different. That's very different, dude. ¿Cómo que estamos? Juego, ¿cómo estás, my friend? 24 months, 2 years. Congrats on the ultimate Lightning Keyboards sub badge. You have earned it, my friend. Time flies, yeah, seriously. Time does fly. Where does time go? I can only imagine that, you know, if you have kids, that feeling is just completely different too, you know? So, unleaded, yeah, right. Right. Yeah, no, it's crazy. The key is how you solder in the first place, right? It's a mix of two things, yeah. It's the quality of the solder that you're sucking, because it makes it easier if you're sucking up like leaded solder that has a sufficient amount of flux, and like, you know, it's easy to melt, all that kind of stuff. Of course, it depends on whether you maintain your desoldering tools or not, like I do. Like, I clean my desoldering tools all the time and all that, right? So keep them clean, keep tank empty, like blah blah. And then finally, there's the question of like, how good are you with the tool itself? So, like in my case, I'm pretty used to doing a lot of different like rebuilds or like desoldering, like that I've done for people and so on and so forth. So I know where the common mistakes happen, you know what I mean? You need a fork for alu? Yeah, so this, the cutouts on this ones are kind of round. Because Lin, I think, uses the traditional, Cherry MX. Like, you know, like, these are fine for Cherry MX, but anything that's not Cherry MX tends to be a little bit tight. So I just use it just to make sure that I just use it just to hold the first row of switches, and then the rest just happens on its own. And yeah. Right, it's a whale plate, yep. Yeah, so it's like, it's not particularly tight, but it's just enough that I want to make sure that the middle row is completely fine. And then the rest will be easy peasy. Red PCBs are nice, yeah. I love me a good red PCB, that's for sure. Blue and yellow solder mask. Oh, I love yellow solder mask. It looks so nice. Yeah, yellow PCBs in general. Oof, so good. So cool looking. Have you had a chance to check out the Zeal clickies? I have not, no. I'm not quite interested in them, so I haven't tried them. But I mean, I feel like if I had access to them, I could give them a shot. But yeah, I'm not like super interested in them, so I haven't tried them yet. Alright, let's just test out the stabs though, just to make sure that they're okay. Shift. Let me switch out the switch to. How is full PE and more flexible than half PC? I don't think it's that much more flexible. Difference-wise, I don't think it's like a big difference. I'm not sure if this is the keycap or something else. Let me try a different keycap here. Let me try this enter key actually. Oh, okay. That shift key is a little loose. Okay. I see people use half PC just fine in the Jane. Yeah, I use half PC in my own Jane actually. But that one, like the PC plate on that one doesn't have any of those like flex cuts and that kind of stuff, I think. Pretty sure it doesn't. It's just solid. It's just solid half PC. Maybe that could factor in. Also, the thing about oh yeah, one thing that's definitely different about polyethylene is that polyethylene has this weird kind of like bending memory. So let me explain that. Like, look at this. Like, it kind of like... Your missing screw was in your old plate, by the way, so I don't know where it went. Oh, okay, yeah. Like, it kind of like preserves the bending. You know? Like, it's easy to bend back, though. You can't do this with PC. You can't do this with any other material. Palm doesn't do this. Like, no other plate material, no other plastic material does this. Like, you know what I mean? It like preserves the state. It doesn't like just switch right back to the original form, like the sheet. So it's different in that sense. So it almost feels like once you bend PE, it kind of stays like that until you fix it. It won't fix itself easily. Like if it's a very small displacement, fine, it'll probably just bounce right back to shape. But if it's large enough, I have a feeling it'll just stay like that. A little bent. Or compressed or whatever, you know? Yeah. So yeah, maybe that's what makes it seemingly softer than other plastics, is the fact that it kind of bends at will, and then it sort of stays that way. It's repairable, which is nice, as opposed to other plastics that are basically brittle, right? Like if you break, you know, acrylic or polycarb, that stuff, like once it breaks, that's it, game over. Like it's GG. So yeah. PE plate is PE material in general is like interesting like that. It kind of preserves the shape. I have that issue with my PE plate on my Praxis. My PCB will bottom out on the bottom side. It'll short sometimes. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, maybe it means that the plate bent already, you know, and it kind of stayed there, you know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. I don't really know too much about plastics to kind of tell you any science behind it, but it is just what it is. Nothing like a good shelf liner to keep it up in place. Nice. Pretty Chad. I heard it like bounce like onto my table, but don't know where. Oops. I'll avoid this material for plates. So I actually really like it on my Keycap 165 that I built with it, right? Like I tried the PE plate and it was great. It was actually I really like it. Really like how it feels, really like how it sounds. It was really nice. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a fine material to use. But I mean, when you have other alternatives that work just fine as well, I mean, yeah, avoiding it is okay too. Maybe has the power to make a Keycap not stiff. So one thing I was actually talking to CBB about was what's good about gasket mount and soft plates is that, well, specifically gasket mounts where there's like tabs for the gasket strips to be on, right? Is that there's more of the plate being sandwiched by the by the case, right? Like there's more surface area of the plate being sandwiched by the case because there's these full tabs basically that are being, you know, sandwiched. So I feel like it's nice because it holds the plate just like very well on onto the case, but then the rest of the material is pretty soft. So that kind of like, you know, softens the typing feel, if that makes sense. But yeah, it is kind of nice though, at least in that particular scenario. I don't really know if there's a general trend. I don't think there is really, but you know, it's just stuff that I've kind of observed. I'm using half palm, so I don't think it'll make a difference. Oh, okay, yeah. If you're trying to basically do that or that, then yeah, I don't think it'll make a difference. Like, if you already have a plastic plate, why even bother? I think if you already have any plastic plate, PC, palm, you know, PE, right? Like all those, polypropylene, or people use like nylon, or you know, whatever it is. If you have any of those, like, and you're using it already, I don't really think it's gonna be that much different. Like, I wouldn't really bother if it's already working for you. Seems like just money wasted. At least I am. PE plates are my go-to plastic plate. Yeah, so yeah, it depends on the person. Everyone has their preferences on that. I personally think my go-to tends to be polycarb. I really like the sound and feel of polycarb myself. So I know some people don't like it because it's kind of like maybe louder sometimes, but I like polycarb a lot. Yeah. PC was stiffer than the Alu because of the leaf spring. Oh, okay, I see that. I see what you mean. For the Keycap, or for like any gasket mount like that, I guess, maybe it does feel that way. So how's it going? Good. We're almost done with the rebuild. I mean, I'm just putting in the switches now. Yo, One Way Theory, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the 10 months. How are you? Okay, let's look for that screw really quickly because it like disappeared on me and I feel like it just rolled somewhere and I'm just not seeing it because it's tiny as hell. Rolled away. But I'm pretty certain it's on the table somewhere. Just not sure where exactly. Maybe it dropped on the floor. I don't see it, so. It's okay, I mean, I do have other M2.5 screws. That's not a real issue. It's okay, I mean, I'll find it. Okay. Well, we have to solder anyway, so. It was stuck to one of the tabs of your old plate. Yeah, I know that. I know that. I remember seeing that. And then it sort of like, I heard it bounce off, basically. I heard it like bounce off on my table. So like, I'm pretty sure it's on the table somewhere, but I just can't. I just don't see it right now because it's probably small, like too small for that. Yeah. But you know, it's okay for now. All right, soldering iron's hot. All right, let's get this done. No fan, we'll just go for it. I unironically like the smell of it. You mean flux? I mean, you know why you like the smell of flux? Should I tell you why? Because lead is supposed to taste and smell sweet. That's why. That's why you like it. Kids, you know how they say let it, like, you know, paint with lead content, and you know how, like, there's a crisis in terms of kids who have lead poisoning. I've mentioned this before, pretty sure. It's because the paint that has lead content tastes sweet to children. So children tend to, you know, babies and small children tend to eat the paint chips off of the wall in old buildings, and that's why they get lead poisoning, which leads to things like, you know, leads to problems like with brain development and like other developmental things, and like it like cause them to be sluggish and blah blah blah, right? So that's why lead smells good. It's because it tastes and smells sweet. That's actually one way to test for lead poisoning, is you basically ask the kid to like breathe, you know, like it'll like smell sweet. Or if they ask them to describe something that they ate recently when, like, you know, parents weren't home or something like that. They're like, oh yeah, sweets. It's like, that's how you screen it. PSA, feed your children properly. Yup. Yup. Imagine you see just a kid going ham in Home Depot like it's a buffet. Oh gosh. Sounds horrible. Only bought a fume extractor like last year or something after soldering in a non-ventilated space for like 10 years, so yeah, I'm probably a little wonky. I mean, yeah, it's definitely exposure over long periods of time. I mean, obviously for kids it's particularly bad because they're developing. But yeah, it's definitely not good for your lungs either. Metallic content in the air. I mean, definitely don't like just willingly smell it and inhale it. It's not good for you. Okay, yes, me too. Don't know what the person outside said. What is the difference between a cheap and an expensive soldering iron? Normally longevity and temperature control. I mean, although a lot of cheaper soldering irons nowadays have temperature control as well. But a nice soldering station will last longer in terms of like the quality of the tool. Like the tip won't eat itself, because basically a lot of cheap soldering irons, what happens is that you cannot replace the tip of the soldering tip, right? And it will like basically eat at itself due to the heat and improper maintenance. And so proper soldering stations will normally have replaceable parts, easily like swappable parts, and the longevity of the material, you know, it's just better in that sense. So like it's like kind of like buying a nice cookware or something like that. Like, you know, if you maintain it, it'll last you for decades. If you don't, and it's like poor quality at the very base line, it's not gonna last too long. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of like the gist of it. Alright, and we're done. How do you usually clean the tip after usage? For the soldering iron, I use this brass wool here. So you just wipe it on this brass wool. Basically, it'll wipe off the excess, and it'll also clean off the tip properly while it's still hot. So that's how you do it. Many soldering kits, like for the cheaper ones, they'll come with a little sponge, which you should wet in water. But then, like, that's just to cool off the tip and to clean it off. But it's, there's other ways to maintain it. For example, there's like, let me show you. Like this thing is like 10 bucks or something like that. So this is basically a chemical paste to maintain the soldering tip. So for example, if my soldering tip is already still hot, you know, I can just, you know, use this and then wipe it off in the wool. Yep. So that's like the chemical paste used to maintain those tips, those iron tips as well. Okay. Beat 4 hours, nice. So we took about an hour to do everything, right? I think to take it out, to get the plate, undo it, desolder. I actually don't know how long we took. I did not keep track, so I'm not sure. And 1 hour rebuild? Yeah, I think it's something like that. It's like close. Okay, given that I don't see that last screw, I might have to get a new one because I just can't see it. I'm sure I'll see it right after. As soon as the stream is over, I'm gonna see that screw. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I'm gonna see the screw as soon as the stream is over. I already know it. I know it. Or right as soon as I close the case, it's gonna be like, oh, here's the screw. I feel it. I know it. That's how it is? Yeah. It's just how it is. Is it on your chair? That's a good question. I'll check. That's possible. It's very possible. It's possible it fell on my clothes or my chair, yeah. Otherwise it rolled off somewhere, but I don't know where, so let's see. On my chair. And not on my clothes, so it definitely didn't fall off on the ground. I mean, I can double check here. Give me a sec. Let me double check if it's here on the ground. No, I don't see it there. Don't see it. Let's see if it bounced off somewhere here. Oh no, those are the weight screws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. My people need me. The screw dimension. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have a bunch of screws here too, so it's fine. Let's see, this is M2.5 times 4, 5, and 3. This might fit. Give it a try. Alright, let's give this one a shot. Slightly bigger. I think it's still M2.5. Is this M2? Oh shit. Why are these all M3s? Okay, here. And 2.5. Alright. It's a slightly different color, but I mean it's like black instead of silver. But it should work fine. So that's that. All right, let's put it onto the case. Okay. Let's hear if this is worth 4K, the holy grail. I don't think any keyboard really is worth above, like, I don't know, retail. I mean, it's still just, retail is like the same as every other board. It was like 500 bucks, something like that. So the keycaps are worth 4K. I guess it depends how you see it. All right, just about done. Okay, and last piece. Oh yeah, I should probably change the command over to alu plate. Alrighty. Okay, there it is. All right, so we can try the same caps as earlier. We can try the chamois, or we can try something else. So what do you guys think? In the meantime, let me just test it. Just as the chamois spacebar? Oh, true. Yeah, that's a good. That would be good, actually. works. GMK? We can also do GMK if you guys want GMK. Either way is fine. Let's see, where was the chamois spacebar? Alright, so chamois spacebar, we can try it though. Let's put it back here. Wait, did I not? That's... Okay. Sounds a lot better, I think. Let me tilt it over. So... Still sounds a little heavy, but... Still kind of thunky. It's still very heavy. Yeah, it's very heavy sounding, right? Alright, actually I'll just leave the mic there for now. It sounds better, for sure. Yeah, it definitely sounds better than before. We can try, I mean, yeah, we can try whatever you guys want. We can try PVT, we can try CRP. I mean, CRP is still PVT. We can try GMK. Either way is fine. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna organize a little here. Maybe I'll see that screw as I'm doing this. Any Taihao? No Taihao. GMK SoWaRe? GMK SoWaRe has not even shipped. It does not even exist yet. So there's no GMK SoWaRe to put on because there's just no GMK SoWaRe in existence. Just yet. GMK please? Okay. Let's see. What can we put on right now? GMK Keycaps. Denim. Ooh, denim. Yeah, denim could work. Denim, I have it on a different board, but I could bring it over. I have Space Cadet. Calm Defs. Calm Defs? Yeah, Calm Defs. Sky Moto. Oh, I have Mizu as well. Blue Alert. SoWaRe. GMK Key as well. Rudy. Copper. Blue Alert. We can do Blue Alert, yeah. Some good old beige and blue on it. Tree set. Either way, so the tree set is greens. It's like brown and green sub legends, or like legends, I guess, rather, like alpha legends. But I mean, it's like a natural looking key set. Blue Alert will look good. Okay. Halley's isn't Halley currently on my Meridian? I'll have to take Halley off of that, so too lazy. Alright, let's go get let me go get Blue Alert really quick, okay? BRB. SoWaRe? Wait, SoWaRe? You guys want SoWaRe? SoWaRe is good. SoWaRe is a nice set. If you guys haven't seen SoWaRe, we could try SoWaRe. I haven't put SoWaRe on anything for a bit. I think I took it off and then haven't put it on something new in a little while. Alright, we can try SoWaRe. Why not? Korean ajashi vibes? I guess that's not untrue. You're not wrong, you know? You're not wrong about SoWaRe having Korean ajoshi vibes. It's a very, it's an interesting set, to say the least. Especially in GMK. Alright, SoWaRe it is. Since I'm already putting it on. Hello, Mr. Lightning, Elvin Monster. Hello, sir. How are you? How are you doing? Yeah, I haven't seen the set in a while, and I think it will look pretty cool. It's definitely a contrast, very light on contrast. It's barely enough. I mean, in person it's okay, but like if you look at it through, for example, the camera here, especially on the right side where the glare is stronger, it will be very apparently off, or like low contrast, basically. I'll put the rest of the artisans that we had earlier on, just for completion's sake here. I'm great. I assume I missed most of the build, so you actually did not miss that much. So, well, I mean, did not miss much of the build itself in the sense that we did a first build with ultra high molecular weight polyethylene plate that CBB sent me out to test, actually, to test out. And so we did that first, and turns out that the flex cuts on it are just a little too much. So I switched it out for an aluminum plate next. So yeah, you didn't miss too much. You missed a poorly sounding keyboard for a bit, I suppose. Oops, these are too far up, aren't they? 4, 5, 6, 7. But yeah, you did not miss too much. Let's see what we have left here. Page, I think this is the right profile. Page down. Page up. There's that. Yo, Mr. CG Buin, hello. How's it going? How are you? I came back to see that you made the correct decision. Good. Good, I'm glad you find it so. Definitely haven't put on this key set in a while. I just bought an Alice Police and now this is making me want a Jane? Expensive tastes, I guess. Well, assuming you're purchasing in the aftermarket, of course. It is an expensive process to endeavor. Alrighty, let's try this out, shall we? Alrighty. I love me some Wise replica. Yup. Alrighty. So let's try this out, shall we? Oh, did I close that window before? I thought I had it open for a while. Where's my... Oh, there it is, back up. Okay, cool. Okay, so we have finally rebuilt this within an hour-ish. We have rebuilt this with an aluminum plate. So now we have an aluminum plate with OP black switches. And this is a GMK SoWaRe. So let's give it a shot. All right, here we go. There it is. Top mount alu. Never lost. It sounds so much nicer. Yeah, OP blacks sound pretty nice. Kind of like a little lighter on like a brighter sound on the alphas. So they have a nice bright sound to them. So yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty smooth too. So that's something I do like about these switches. All right, let's check the mods. Here are the mods. How you lube your OP blacks? These are lubed with Tribosys 3204. And these are like the first iteration of OP blacks. And so they have TX films. And I think I put 62 gram springs on them. Yeah. Wasn't a fan of the P sound. Oh, you didn't miss much, P Buzzle. It was we tested it, but it turned out to be too soft. I mean, specifically, it's not the PE's fault. It was the plate cutouts. I mean, that's what we were testing. We were trying to see if a flex like a flex cut containing plate would be too bad for PE. I think if it were just a regular full plate without any of those like flex cuts or whatever, it would have been probably okay. But not in the case of the one I tried. So you didn't miss much. Like to hear your thoughts on the Andromeda. The Andromeda, it's been a while since I did the Andromeda. I built one Andromeda like off stream a long time ago. It was pretty good. I felt like it had basically like it provides you the option to use the foam or no foam, right? And I remember it was nice both ways. Just like it really depends on what you're leaning towards. So like I feel like that's kind of like a more, you need to try experimenting with it. But I mean, I personally liked how it looked and sounded. But it is true that the retail for the Andromeda is already pretty high, so like I'm sure that market price is also pretty decently high. So yeah, I mean, that's like if you're not fully sold on the look, I feel like you could probably get a different keyboard for less and, you know, get like about as much bang for the buck kind of thing. Yeah, it was good, but I mean, it definitely is like something that you really need to like as far as the look goes, because the retail price is already pretty high too. Yeah. Okay, well, is that it? But yeah, I mean, if you have any specific questions, you can feel free to ask them. Just, yeah. Oh no, I missed the build. No worries. Upas, hello. How are you? I mean, I can do a quick test here again, so you can listen to it again one more time. So here it is again. This is OP Blacks on an aluminum plate. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. 2 builds? Oh yeah. I mean, we were just testing a plate out from CEB. You know, she just asked me to test a plate, so I did. But that's because that means that that just means that she's gonna stock the no flex cut one at some point, probably. So I think that those will be fine. I think it's just the flex cuts were too excessive, so I'll just give her feedback and that'll basically be it. All right. Love the sound of alu plates. I mean, it's just like a classic, you know. It's like a good old classic. It's great. Yeah. All right. So, taking a quick look at the board here. What is your opinion on the 700E? That's a new board, right? It was, I remember seeing it on Keycap or something. Or somebody was posting about it. Was it Alex who posted about it? 700E. How come you built so many jeans? Because people send it out for me to build. That's how. Oh yeah, this is the Nissan design, or Nissan, I don't know. With the spacebar that's kind of split from the rest, right? I mean, the look is pretty cool. I don't know how I feel about this split spacebar situation. Like, I like the symmetry of it, with the bar separate like that, because basically it forces that bottom row to be symmetric with the 1.5 U's on the sides, and oh, actually that's a 1.25 on the control. Like, let me show you what this I'm looking at right now. So this is the Nissan Design 700E 7% series, or what, you know, keyboard. But basically it's a function rolless TKL. Exploded spacebar. Alex said it's surprisingly comfortable to type on. I assume it really helps a lot with sharp spacebars like DCS. Let's see. Did they explain how they do their internals? Let's check. Mounting system, gasket leaf, and spring mount. 1.2mm solderable PCB. Default aluminum plate. Oh, I see. Uses these like socks. Cool. I see. I see. Oh, I see. It has flex. Okay. So I think I understand. It's also because the PCB, as you can see, has these very deep cuts. Like, you see that cut on the spacebar row, like right above it, and then between the num row and the Q row, and then there is a cut between the nav cluster. So let's say you built it that way, and you maybe didn't use a mid-piece foam or something like that, or even if you use it, that PCB already is pretty flexible. The plate 2 has a bunch of cuts, I can see. There's a bunch of plates that's cut out. So basically they're really lightening the load on the plate and the PCBs, so I can see why that's comfortable in terms of, like, it probably has a bit of that bounce. Design-wise, I mean, it looks interesting. It's not for me, I think. I don't really like the look of the exploded spacebar, but it's interesting. I think it's fine. I mean, yeah. It's not a cut, it's fully severed. Oh, it's fully severed between the nav and the main? Oh, it is, isn't it? I can't tell. Oh, it does look like it though. Huh. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Sounds like it would be a pain to type on. I don't know if it really would be a pain to type on. I mean, like, if you look at a keyboard, people do tend to put their thumbs kind of close to the edge, which is why a lot of people will use the flip spacebar or whatever. I don't, but a lot of people do. So I can imagine this could be like a way for flip spacebar users to stop flipping their spacebars. Although I think they were gonna do it anyway. But anyway, right? Like, that's kind of the feeling I get from it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but those are a few thoughts I have. Flipception, yeah. Inverted space-bars. Yeah, I don't know, it's interesting. If you raise your wrist properly, your thumb won't be near the edge. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. It's like, if your thumbs are, I mean, your thumbs shouldn't be necessarily there if your wrists are not doing this. People who put their wrist down on the desk or on a wrist rest or something like that, they're doing this. That's why they don't like the sharper edge of the spacebar and use the inverted, because they're doing. Oh, sorry. Mic died. Okay, my bad. My bad. Oh, so I was saying, people put their wrist down, so it's bad habit. Yeah, sorry. I think I must have pressed the spacebar actually, which probably muted it. Because I had the mic selected. Lenny, you get a chance to try CXA? Yeah, I actually have the white and black set over there. I didn't get to like type on it too extensively, but I did try it a little bit. It was like, you know, it was a while back now that I think about it, right? CXA white and black. It was so long ago. mean, it kind of reminded me of, you know, it's kind of like cat or any like in between cat and like DSA, I guess. Or yeah, in between cat and DSA, I guess is how I would describe it. What's the silver board up top? That's a Matrix 8X 2.0 additional here. No, not an XRF. It's a Matrix 8X B 2.0 880. Kanki's meet same time as Toronto meet. Yeah, I heard. Will you be going to the Kanki's meet in August? Yes, I will be going to the Kanki's meetup in August. August 20th? It's a Saturday, right? Yeah. Yo, wash your mouth. Yeah. When did JD get a ring light? He looking cute? Oh, it's just you know those lamps, the circular lamps from IKEA? What are they called? Like the spherical rather? I forgot what they're called, but I got one of those for my side table. Jeez. Christian, wow, rude. Kinda rude, boy. Kinda rude. Anyway, look at these nice keyboard butts. Very noisy. Alright, do I see the screw yet? Nope, I do not. And it's fine, really. But okay, Sam, where's my chain? Why don't you just DM him? DM Sam. Ask him for the chain. Alu plate, pretty nice. I think this also has alu plate. Yep, this also has alu plate. Sounds like linear top mount alu plate board. Yep. It just sounds like that. Top mount kind of nice though. I mean, top mount's great. I love top mount. Top mount is my favorite for TKLs for sure. I think top mount suits TKLs really nicely, or like large layout boards. I think large layouts and top mount, they do go well. I actually do really like gasket mount on 60s and 65s. I think they're pretty nice. But yeah, what are those blanks? These are very old BSP blanks. These are like 8-year-old BSP blanks. I don't even remember. These are really old. Yeah, very, very old BSP blanks. They even have the banana shifts. Still don't see that screw though. Kind of weird, but whatever. Alright, well that concludes the build for today actually. We love banana shifts. We can check out the board up close. I can show you. It looks like this. Oh wait. It looks like that. Look at that cute E-lock. Thank you again, Mr. Nine Walker. Looking really cute. Very nice who says Gordon Derp, but on my chat it appears that Gordon Derp is not watching with video. What? How are you saying very nice if you cannot see it? Look at that, two-tone B-stock win key. Jane, I guess. There's our bottom. Two-tone blue. And then the weight part, which is a little dirty from my greasy fingers. Jom. Man, that's still dirty. Has like a hair on it. Right. Whatever. Very nice. Is this a what? Oh man, Drew really set it up for people. Drew really set it up for people. Oh boy. That emote. Is this a please ban me? Okay. Alright, friendos. Well, that's all I got for tonight. Is anybody else streaming right now? Let me see. I haven't checked. Let's see the Twitch. Let's see keyboard live streams. I see Mr. LolStacks. If you want to check out a Pearlboard's Zeus TKL. Wait, Zeus? He's building his Zeus now? Didn't I build a Zeus like a while back? Huh. Is this like a fulfillment unit? I don't know. I see Mr. Hedgie doing a tilt 40. Miss Patty currently doing some WoW stuff. I see someone let's see. I see a few smaller streamers as well doing keyboard builds. Couple of others. Oh, I see Kim. Oh, I see. So she's doing build commission for Jimmy.Gaming. Pomo 40. Oh, she's doing a co-work stream. Pretty cool. So I guess not necessarily a build. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go hi. Cheers, guys. Lucas, take it easy. Ryan, we can go raid Mr. Ryan. A suspicious number of teachers make the Diego. I guess it's like when people ask, "Oh, how are you building so many key calls?" I think I get that a lot. Speaking of key calls, we're probably gonna build a key call very soon. So expect another key call build soonish. And then we have a few pretty cool prototypes coming in. So we have, let me see, we have a few prototypes. We have the near field ergonomic prototype coming in. That's coming in from Canon Keys. That's the LZ Ergo like board, but smaller. We have the Merici Dodici prototype, which is the Alice layout version of the Merici boards. And then we have a Bergen prototype coming soon, and sooner than later, I think we'll also see the Jaguar V2 from Singa. I think that's all. Alright, friends. Time to raid Mr. LolStacks. Let's go say... What should we tell Mr. LolStacks? What do you guys want to tell Mr. LolStacks? Hmm? Nothing? I mean, we could just go raid messageless. To be honest. I'm kind of tired. That was a long stream. For almost 5 hours. Damn. I'm gonna go eat something. I think that's why I'm feeling a little low energy. Alright, let's just go like this. It's okay. Alright, friendos. Thank you again for stopping by. Go enjoy Mr. LolStacks' stream. Who knows how long he will take today. He normally takes a while. He talks a lot about stories and then goes on the build and then takes a while on the build, so we'll see. Enjoy the build over there. He's building a Pearlboard Zeus TKO, which we built before. And yeah. Take it easy, friends. Have a good one. Have a good weekend. If I don't see you before then, but I might see you soon, so. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye.